Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you very much for the sip. I just took it. Guaranteed 100% real truth. I did just take a sip. Thank you very much, Lupus Dream, for the sip. I needed to because I took some G Fuel without any water in it. It was very spicy. Very nice. Delicious. Delicious. I can still feel it in the back of my throat. Oh, splendid. Kim, what's up? Hello, Kim. Mama Willow is early. Aw, snap. Kareem is here. Hello. Hello, Kareem. Hi there, Gonda. Oh, wait. Oh, Gonda, good point.
Oh, yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, Charlie's. Thank you so much.
We Luminum kiss you. There 5 hype, there
What?
5 hype.
Did I just hear kiss you? Oh, my gosh. Charlie, thank you so much for the support. Oh, my gracious alive. I so appreciate it. 10 months. Oh, yeah, 10 months. We had, that is wait, 10 months? Oh, you're on a 9-month streak? That's what it is. We already had the stream, baby. There was already a baby. There was already a baby in this relationship. How? Charlie's, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. 10 months. Your ground fire Pokemon. Yes, very nice. It is Stardew. Yay. Oops. I don't know what. No. We were supposed to do it, you guys. We were supposed to do it. I'm sorry. We were supposed to do Stardew, but you know what? There's still Pokemon to catch. There's Pokemon to catch, you guys. We gotta do it. Oi, 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 oi. And also check it out. Oh, hi there. What? Vio's here. Shiny's here. Alchemic, you're here too. Hello. Grunge Scream. Hello. If I miss anybody, please just message again. Pixelated Goons is here. Oh my gosh. Stefan, how are you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. You were here last night. And I barely even got to talk to you at all. We headed out like immediately. How are you doing, Stefan? Thanks so much for the follow. I'm glad that you're back. I thought that's what she said yesterday, but oh yeah, I'm sorry. The calendar, I was behind on it. Oh no! You just got a new monitor? Oh dear. Grunge Scream, you broke yours? Edward, Ed, hi there. Yo, what's up, everybody? My eyes look weird as heck. Please excuse the weird eyes. I am not tired. I am not tired. That is not what the eyes mean. Also, if there's like any weird redness, please ignore. Listen, no, it was makeup. I'm sorry, I just took off makeup. You look kind of emo. Listen, I did a makeup test today and it worked splendidly. And we are ready to go. I couldn't get rid of it though. I couldn't get rid of all of it. He looks emo. It's the most vague. You can barely see it. Maybe it's just like, can I just edit it out? I'm sorry, listen. It's the makeup, you guys. I got it too. I have makeup wipes. This is with makeup wipes. Y'all are so whiny. I didn't think that it was that extreme. Come on. It's not that bad, right? Give me a break. Better use a cleansing balm. We'll be fine. Listen. I'm immediately start getting bullied. Us whiny? Nah, you're the whiny one. What? That's y'all. Oh, well, then again, it is making a mark on the thing, so maybe I didn't do it well enough. Listen. It looked great, though. It's super exciting. It's going to be fantastic, you guys. It's coming up soon. Also, this is makeup. Don't worry. This is makeup. So a little preview. Little preview. Okay. Let's not focus on these things. I've offered to drive to Dallas to help him, but no. Emerald Artist right now? Right now? Kenny's the only beauty guru that I know. You guys, I'm making myself tiny. Y'all are so rude. Help. I'm not sure if that's a makeup. It is makeup of a sort. Sort of. Via, what's up? How are you doing? I'm supposed to play with Pikachu immediately. I've got to go back to my, I gotta actually go back to the big screen in just a minute, but somebody redeemed play with Pikachu. All right, Emerald Artist. We gotta pet Pikachu really quick. We gotta take care of Pika. Pika, please give present. Pika. What did Pika give me? The small bouquet from earlier. Oh, if you were here yesterday, you guys. Here's the bouquet that Pikachu picked for us. Thank you so much, Pikachu. I saw the jungle break. You can wait for a second. Let me say hello to Pikachu first. Sweet Pikachu. Da baby. We must pet da baby. Thank you so much for the bouquet. You sweet bean. Oh, what a baby. Let me poke cheek. Poke. Pikachu! Oh, Pika, you sweetie. Let me give you a sweet pineapple berry. Eat this. Hot Wheels, eat that. Pet the baby. You must pet the baby. After you pet the baby, then you will be free. It's the baby. Oh no, not that freaking baby meme. No, unacceptable. Okay, now we're supposed to do a jungle break, but also, fair warning, you guys, I actually got a package today. I went to the P.O. box and I found a package, so I'm not sure who it is. I'm not sure who sent it, but it is from, it says Manchester House Products. Does anybody know who did this? Is that Lemonberry's package finally here? I don't know what it is. Okay, let me get my my juggling balls, and I'm gonna just do a quick juggle, you guys. And I'm gonna practice now that I'm standing. I should practice the what is it? It's not called the fountain. It's called the or is it a half fountain? Like that. Oh, I did 2 of them. Did you see that? It was 2. Let me see. It's like that, but you have to keep going. I can't get that 3rd one. But yeah, it's just basically taking that move and just doing it with like, oh. It's doing them with all of them. It's doing the same thing, but with all of them. Oh. I was gonna do the 3-in-1, but I can't do that. Ooh! No! I wanna transfer into it. Let me see. Almost. No! It's panicking. No, it's too hard. It's called a shower. That's what it is. It's called a half shower. Your chat is being weird. You're gonna refresh? Oh, no worries. There might be something arriving for me next week from Gonda. What? Gonda, exciting. Yeah, we got 69 followers the other day. This is perfect for the Pietro cosplay, finally. Wait. Oh, dang it. That was cool. Oh, we had it. We had it. Okay, the pins are next, you guys. I'm gonna leave the pins alone for now. That's for the next juggling break, all right? Who is the 6969th follower? Let me see. Wait, we can do math. Wait, did that just happen? When did that happen? There was no followers during the stream. I didn't even notice that was going on. Hey, Woo Beaches, how are you doing? Yeah. So do we really need to do the Pietro cosplay? I mean, it may happen. It may happen, but I'm not sure. So, yeah, see, it said 6972. What happened? What happened with that one, huh? I don't know. You guys, how are you doing? Oi, what's up? It's Thursday, right? It's Thursday. Tomorrow, on Friday, a new game finally comes out, you guys. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. If you've never heard of it, it's called Subnautica Below Zero. And I have played the original Subnautica like twice, 100% on stream. And I played it like halfway on my own time. So the new game Below Zero, which is like icy, it's a new planet, it's cold, so there's all sorts of different creatures, different situations. That comes out tomorrow. Like the official version comes out. I already have it because Alchemic bought it for me, but it will finally be released 1.1.0, which is what I've been waiting for months. Did you say icy? Yes, and there's real Glalie. There's real Glalie in the game. It's very true, but it's like a survival crafting simulator, like alien planet sort of game. It's gonna be awesome because the last one is fantastic. It can only improve. Okay, so that's what we're playing tomorrow. That's part of why I didn't want to stop. There's not Glalie. I'm just lying. Maybe there'll be a mod to like put snow runs in the game. Probably not. Maybe we'll make the mod on stream. And then the next day we're going to be building the Lego set. Oh boy, so excited. And as soon as Below Zero ends, I think we're ready for Skyrim now. I had an outfit that I was trying to work on with makeup that I was trying to work on, and I did it today, and it was consistently good, and I had it reviewed by my manager, and I think that we're ready for it, you guys. I think that we're ready to play Skyrim. It's gonna happen. Did you say Legos? Which one? It's this Lego set over here. Have you not seen? Have you not heard? Vonchik, this Lego set needs to be finished. This needs to be finished. This is still this is not even halfway done. This is hardly a third done. But yeah, we need to build the rest of this. We still have like thousands of bricks left to put on this. We're gonna start nice and early. So this is on Saturday. We're gonna finally finish this sucker up. It's gonna be way taller. Oh boy. I'm very excited. It's gonna be awesome. Your manager? Who's the manager? No, that's probably Arisa. It is Arisa. But I just want to make sure. I thought that it looked fantastic, but I just wanted to double check, and it's ready. The cosplay, the Skyrim cosplay is ready. The makeup is ready. The everything. I think that we're ready to go. I won't be able to turn up the graphics too high, but who cares about that? Nobody cares about that. We'll just do whatever my PC can do. We'll just push it to the limit. All right. We'll stress my little computer out as much as possible. My computer will set fire. It's all right. It's all right. And I'm not a kept lad. I asked for advice, and I wanted the minimum amount of people to know about it. Minimum. I didn't want anybody to know about it. Nobody. It'll be a big surprise. It'll be a big surprise, y'all. I think that y'all are gonna love it. I just wanted to make sure that y'all would love it, and y'all wouldn't be like, ooh, cringe, lad. That's horrible, lad. Oh dear, lad. That doesn't look good. Oh dear, lad. We're all embarrassed for you right now. Your eyes are all puffy. Please wipe more makeup off. Your makeup is messed up. The best amount that you could do is the hammer, right? Does Carrot Man know about this? I haven't seen Garrett in like a few days. No, Garrett doesn't know about it. So if he walks in, he's gonna be like, what the heck? Also, my maid costume is coming in soon, you guys. It's probably coming in today. It's coming in today. And also I have, no, I already said, but I got some more G Fuel, and it arrived in 4 hours. It was fast. Hey, Kenny, I'm coming up. The package, I think that it's Lemonberry's package. So I'm gonna wait for Lemonberry to be here, Emerald Artist. Unless it's yours. It's not yours, right? The only person that has told me, sent me something was Lemonberry. And then now, who just said that they might send me something? Oh my gosh. Oh, no, I just remembered. Oh, what? Did you send something? What G Fuel flavor did you get? I wanted to get the juice by XQC just to try it out, but they didn't have it. It's actually out of stock. So I got a Phaseberry, which is good. You did that with 30 sets of headphones. It got to my campus in 3 hours. Whoa, that's awesome. You're gonna draw me the maid outfit. I'm pretty sure that the maid outfit is gonna be for a cooking stream, I think. Morning, Kanto champion. But don't get too comfortable with that title. I plan on stealing it from you soon. There's no way for you to steal that. First though, did you hear the rumors? There's talk going around about a crazy strong looking Pokemon that's been spotted. I want to catch it. You don't even have to tell me anything about it. I want to catch it. The Pokemon was seen near Cerulean City. I know. If it feels like one little thing, it could be the last bit of that was forgotten in the package. King of Squirrel, is it possibly from Manchester House? It's a little tiny object. It's a little tiny object from Kentucky. Is that possibly it? It feels like the size of a deck of cards. It feels like a deck of cards. Is that it? You didn't catch it, Stinky? What a chump. He didn't even go for it. Yeah, you guys, I'm gonna explain what we're doing in the game in just a second. For anybody that's behind or doesn't know what's happening or where we got last night, then I'll explain what we're doing. We've got a few specific missions to do, you guys. Possibly considering it's a deck of cards. Okay, we're gonna open up this package. Okay. All right, I'm gonna open this up, King of Squirrel. Let's see. Oh no, it's been spoiled. It feels like the size of a deck of cards. Well, that would make sense, as it is literally a deck of cards. I'm just gonna tear it to shreds. Open it up. Open it up. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my gosh. I was just checking if there was I don't think that there's a message on here. Thank you so much. Oh, there is. Happy belated birthday. Here are some random things that I hope that you can enjoy. Thanks for being awesome. From Marshall, the King of Squirrel. This is awesome. Full Metal Alchemist trading cards. Nice. Now I can be a weeb and play Go Fish at the same time. Ooh, I kind of want to open these up. Ooh, should we look at a couple of these cards? Ooh. Nice! Let's check them out. Let's check out a couple of these. We've got to see them. King of Squirrel, thank you so much. I didn't expect anything. I expected that the squirrel was enough, but there's more. There was more. Ariza, hello. Ariza, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Oh boy. I got them all. Let's see. Oh, what? Ed and Alphonse are the Joker. Okay, I'm trying to make sure that it's not too bright. Who is that? Oh, that's just a bunch of people. That's like the Philosopher's Stone is the ace. The 2 is Envy and Gluttony. Awesome sauce. Sweet. I know it's way too bright. It's way too bright, but you can kind of see them. They're super cool. Ooh. Oh, it's all a bunch of characters. I totally understand why they'd want to do that because there's too many characters. There's no way that you could fit them into like king, queen, whatever. There's way too many characters. Oh, and they're all different. They're all different pictures, you guys. Every single one. So each suit is a new photo. Ooh. Oh, well, not a photo, but it's a new picture, all of them. It looks like one of them's, the hearts are all Winry and, Winry and Ed, and then the puppy feet look like they're like a bunch of colorful backgrounds. Ooh, these are so cool. Thank you so much for the deck of cards. I'm gonna definitely go through these. I've got to look at every single one. King of Squirrel, so generous. Thank you for the present. Before we begin our game, I'd like to thank our sponsor, Full Metal Alchemist playing cards. Be a weeb and smart at the same time. Smart. Smart cards? Puppy feet, you mean clubs? I know what the normal term form is, but puppy feet's more fun to say. Olivia, welcome! Hello! Hello, what's up? Hi, Olivia, hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello! We're gonna be catching some Pokemon today, you guys. We're gonna be going out and finally catching the rest of the Pokemon in this game. We are going to probably finish this game. I think that we're going to finish it because there are certain Pokemon that we can't get in this version, and we'd have to play Eevee. But there are some more that we can get. So there is. We have to trade for Alakazam. I think Golduck we can go catch in Cerulean Cave. Yes. So there's over on the side of the map. We defeated all of the Munchkins that were up here at the very tip top. We defeated all of the Munchkins. We became the champion of the world, but we just unlocked a cave over here. A secret cave over here that has all sorts of new Pokemon that I have not gotten to encounter yet. It was totally blocked off. Celestial, how are you doing? Oi! Celestial, Rosera. Oh my gosh, there's so many beans in the chat. I love all of y'all. Hope that y'all are having a wonderful Thursday. What? Pikachu's on my shoulder. How cute! Pikachu, what are you doing sitting up here? Pikachu, you're sitting in a different spot. Poke, poke. Tickle, tickle. Oh, wait. Oh, it just sneezed. Is that new? And it also said, like, Pikachu. It's doing the thing, the hand thing that I mentioned. Game. Cute! A game! Oh my gosh. We're playing patty cake with Pikachu. Pika! Oh, Grunge Scream, we'll see you later, friendo. Thanks for hanging out. Boop, 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 boop. Poke cheek. Does it not do the cheek thing while on the shoulder? Nope, you can poke Pikachu's cheeks all day and it won't go Pika. The titles don't save you from running the hamster wheel in the mod basement. The titles, you still have to work in the mod basement. You can't escape with mere titles. You got some new art supplies so you can paint something for your Nana's birthday. That's awesome. Clay, hooray. What kind of art do you do? What sort of what medium of stuff did you get? I hope Kitty's giving you extra food for being the manager. No, it's all equal. Everybody gets one bowl of oatmeal every morning. Your world has expanded after becoming champion. You can now fly in the sky with Charizard, Aerodactyl, and Dragonite anywhere you want. Hey, sorry to bug you while your world's expanding. What is this? Dialogue. Remember me? I'm Ronnie from Route 1. What? Who's this kid? What? Ronnie? No, I don't remember you. You just random kid number 5. Now that you've successfully become a champion, I've got some news for you. The Master Trainers that have spent their whole careers training one specific Pokemon, have appeared throughout Kanto. I'd say challenging the Pikachu Master is a good place to start. Oh yeah, aren't they like level 100s? Oh yeah, I forgot that there's super dupers people. I'll forever treasure my stickers. Your what? Stickers. Mods get stickers? I didn't even know about this. Has Dai been printing out stickers and giving them to the mods? That was not me. That was not me. That was Dai. Okay, so we can fly really. I'm confused. Oh, they're only 50 to 80. Okay, so we can beat up these new champions. But I'm gonna move this Pokemon and we can fly high with the. I'm gonna take him out. Let's see what he can do. Oh, your manager sticker? You get a sticker? I didn't know that. Sam will travel alongside you now. Whoa! Ooh! Fly high! You can fly over stuff? Sorry to bother you while your world is expanding, but hello. Safari Detective, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Hello there, friendo. Hi, Safari. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're on a safari right now. We're on a safari flying over these trees. So can you break the game? Oh, well, not quite, but you can almost break the game. You can fly over buildings. Wow. Wow. I don't remember ever doing this, ever. I'm pretty darn sure that I've never done this before. Also, some items. Oh, we can't fly over that. That's too bad. Safari detective. You can fly in this game? You can. Well, you can fly even higher. Normally, you would just like flap along the ground. But in this, you could fly up high. I guess that one thing that you could aim for is maybe challenging all of the masters. Challenging all of the Pokemon masters that are around, but I don't think we're gonna bother with that. Also, why can't we fly on Sorbet? Is Sorbet not fancy enough? How do I get out of this? How do I get off this bird? Take out of Pokeball. No, get off of Pokemon is what I need. Take out. No, it's already out. What do you mean? What? Oh, okay. Oh, we just had to go over there. Nice. The flighty boys are up higher too now. I see that. It's fancy. Now you've got to really fly if you want to catch those birds. Thankfully, we've already caught them all because that is troublesome. We don't even have to worry about it. Besides, we're going into a cave. There'll be no flying. Which one is better? Let's go Eevee or let's go Pikachu, because you don't have money for both. Whichever one you like more, as Stefan. There's really no, they're both pretty much identical. You can look at the version exclusives, and that's the only difference. So there's some different Pokemon that you can catch. Like in this one, you can't catch the snakes, for example. Like in this one, you can't catch Ekans, Arbok, Vulpix, or Ninetales. I think Meowth is in the other one. Bellsprout you can't get in this one. And and Coughing you can't get in this one. And then Goldeen and Seeking. And you can look up what's in the Pikachu game, but you also have a different Pokemon that's on your shoulder that you can pet. But the main thing, besides, I mean, the exclusives don't matter. They're all random, boring Pokemon. What you really should care about is whether or not you want to pet and have Pikachu or whether you want to pet and have Eevee. That's the big decision. That's all up to you. Neither one of them is better than the other one. I got Pikachu because I like Pikachu better, but now I have both. Hooray! Eevee sits on your head? Oh my gosh, we might find that out today, you guys. I think that we're gonna stick with this game and maybe shiny hunt if we have extra time. After we catch everything, we might do some shiny hunting and try to get a shiny Ditto. But next time that we play this game, we're gonna be playing the other version. The other version. And we'll catch all of the Eevee exclusives. Hello! Let me in the cave! He's like, oh, are you allowed in? Both are super cute. They're both fantastic Pokemon. They're both adorable. I love them both. Oh, right off the bat, there's a brand spanking new Pokemon right in front of us. Golduck, the Golden Duck. No, don't make me waste my Pokeballs. I don't even have that many. Okay, so we've got like 4 different Pokemon that are in here that we have never encountered. One of them is that duck, which we just caught first try. Nice. All right, new Pokemon, excellent throw, technique boost. Ooh, Vaporeon's also getting more powerful. Vaporeon is my favorite shiny. So beautiful. I kind of want a new shiny Eevee, but maybe we'll catch that in the actual Eevee game. Golduck has been got. And who else is in this cave? Let's see. I think that there's Lickitung that we're trying to catch. There's Golduck, which we just got, and Mewtwo's at the end. So let's just go as fast as possible and go catch that Mewtwo. I'm pretty sure that Mewtwo hasn't. I mean, we haven't even run into him yet, or it. The genderless beast, PP Max. Hooray! PP Max. Up we go. If they had a Let's Go Charmander, you definitely buy it. I mean, that would be fire type. Electric type, and what is Eevee normal? Is Eevee just your old run-of-the-mill fluffy normal? Because what can you teach Eevee? I guess Eevee she's just normal? But I guess she can learn almost everything, just like Pikachu, right? Because Pikachu is Zappy Zap, but can also learn Flappy Flap and Brappy Brap. A rare candy. Fantastic. Wow, fantastic, baby. I'll take that candy, thank you very much. It's the only candy that's worth anything. Max Lure. Mewtwo, the non-binary god. The god that man created. I think Lickitung and Mewtwo are the only ones that we don't have here yet. Really? You might be right. Because I think that we went out and we caught the other ones that I thought would be in here. But we're gonna maximize by catching every catchable Pokemon first, which we are very close to. Yeah, because those are exclusive. I think that Meowth is exclusive, right? Maybe there's a special scenario where you can get Meowth in this game, but we can look that up. I don't remember it being an exclusive. Those are all trades up there. Gengar is a trade, I think. Is this real life? Is this real life? There's Lickitung right there. Oh, there's some things that are hidden here. I think that there's one that we haven't run into, right? What? Dragonite? Wait. Do we have to evolve a Dragonite? Oh no. Gengar's a trade? Ooh. How much is Let's Go Pikachu? I don't know, Clay. You could definitely get it used nowadays because it's older. Oh, Pinsir's exclusive. Ah, that's the one that Dai kept talking about. Dai was like, that's Pinsir. But I don't think that we even get to run into him. Pinsir is hidden forever. There's Golduck. I mean, a Psyduck. Psyduck. Most of these caves work by the most inconvenient path is the correct path. So I'm not gonna go down any obvious paths yet. The most annoying path is likely the good one. Psyduck. Oh great. No, those are both the same one. Anne's here. Hey! Anne! Oi, oi, oi! Thank you for the OT pops. Anne! How are you doing? You hope that you can watch the stream during the lunch break? Hooray! I hope that you're here, Von Chick. I hope that you're here. Are you gonna be here this weekend whenever we're building the Lego set? Are you gonna be free? Or will you be a busy bean? Whoa, don't touch me. Dittos. Dittos. The babies. Head empty ditto. Maybe we can, maybe we should hunt for shiny dittos here. I mean, there's 2 of them right there, and we're not even using a lure. This has got to be the right spot, right? Dang it, I don't have enough right now. You can stay for just a little while longer, Clay. It's worth it. Pixelated Goons, oh, you're back. That was a quick launch. Oh, Lickitung, no. Oh, no. Dang it, I ran into the ladder. Me and Ditto have something in common, head empty. No, this Chansey. The other pink Pokemon, and 2 of them. Wow. This is going to be where we hunt for the shiny Ditto, I think. Even though we'll be listening to this stupid, stressful music the whole time. I mean, is it worth going somewhere else for it? You're drawing? Ooh. Anne, I can't wait to see what you were doodling. I can't wait to see what you're doodle. See the doodle? Hey, the Diablo Queen, welcome to the chat. Hello. Diablo Queen, could you please talk to your father and figure out whenever we're gonna get Diablo 4? Ooh. Lickitung. Gross. Gross. This is the TikTok Pokemon. Put that tongue back in your mouth. Stop making that face. Zoom. That what? Oh, come on. That was a perfect shot. Oh, Vonchik, you said, are you doing it tomorrow? No, it's the next day. Sorry for taking so long. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing Subnautica Below Zero. New game! Well, sequel, but still new game. You have a Lickitung emote? Oh my god. You've got them all. Lickitung used Renegade. But yeah, new game tomorrow, and Saturday is gonna be the Lego stream. Okay, could you stop it? Eat this berry. No. Rude. Rude, I just fed you. Lickitung is just doing its licky noises. We need a Lickitung fan dub. Can we get a fan dub of Pokemon? I could be Psyduck. Click could be Licky Tongue. OT could be what's something blue and grumpy? I don't know. I don't know. Snorlax. What? How dare you? OT would be, I don't know, maybe Oshawott? Gyarados? Ooh, could be Gyarados. I was thinking that he might be, Snorlax is freaking cute. That is true. I was thinking that OT would be funnier as a small, angry penguin. Snorlax not grumpy enough. Grogunk? What? OT is one of the Squirtles with sunglasses? Ooh, I think you're right. I think Anne's right there. The Squirtle with sunglasses. The cool, sharp ones. The cool, sharp sunglasses. Squirtle. Okay, is this... I wonder if this is just extra... Choodle? Grogunk is gross. Ew. Isn't he like... He's like the karate... He's the karate frog. Greninja? Oh, what? Okay, but the real question is, who would be Jigglypuff? What do you mean? Who would be Jigglypuff? I was trying to pick characters that would fit... That would fit well. Not to say every Pokemon is a streamer. Let's figure out who it is. Greninja. Greninja hides its face. It's perfect. Ah! Lick your tongue. Bay would probably be Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. Pink. What Pokemon would I be, Kenny? Ooh, which one's the biggest weeb? No, what would Anne be? Something with an ooh-woo face. I don't know. What's the name of that? What's the name of that Pokemon with the poochy lips that's green? The green blob that lays on the ground with the poochy lips with its eyes shut. What's the name of that one? That's it. It's even got the face that you always do all the time. The little Gulpin. Yes, Gulpin. That's what I think. That face. Yes, I think that you would be Gulpin, which is an adorable, funny Pokemon. I'm quite confident. That's it. Gulpin. Oh, I think that we're already to Mewtwo. This was an easy cave. They were really like, you beat the game. Have a Mewtwo. You always think of Anne as a Pachirisu? Okay, well, listen. You know all these Pokemon. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. Oh my. Oh my. There he is. There it is. There they are. There's they/them. Mewtwo. Oh, wait. Oh, you literally talked to it. I was trying to stay away. Let me introduce you to my Lord and Savior, Mewtwo, the most powerful Pokemon in the world. Everybody, please bow down. Look at the tail on this Mewtwo. How can you not bow down to such a beautiful tail? Such a beautiful tail and such a strong pose. Look at it. Look at it. Oh no, he's hot. He does kind of look like handsome Squidward. All right. We've been waiting for this. Pikachu. Pretty thick, not gonna lie. Hey, thank you for the follow. Is that Gurnur? Gurnur? I don't know how to say that name. Thank you so much for the follow. You're almost 69th follower. Heyo! Oh, match time. Well, I almost feel bad about this, but I mean, oh wait, we gotta fight him first. Oh, my bad. We gotta beat him up first. We gotta kick his butt. Let's Mega Evolve and flamethrower him. I don't know. Dai, what's up? How are you doing? Divey's here, thank goodness. Dai's the only one that helps me. Thank you, Dai. How are you doing? Thanks for jumping in the chat. And Jedi, I never even said hi to you. Hi there, Jedi. Hope you're having a great day. Hello. There's Psychic type. Whoopsies. Use next Pokemon? Oh dear. I don't actually know what's... Use Dark Bug Ghost. I don't have any of those. Dark Bug Ghost. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Ice and flying? Oh, I didn't bring any. Should have brought muck. Oh dear. Ganur. Oh, I said it right? Oh, hooray. Ganur, hope you're having a wonderful day. Jedi. It's nice to see you, friendo. Also, he's level 70. Holy crap. Mewtwo kicks butt. Mewtwo's strong as crap. Holy moly. Can we hit him with that fly? But that's a two-part move. What a waste. I should have smacked him in the face one more time. Fifi Abby, how are you doing? Hooray! Fifi Abby is here. Di's here. Jedi's here. So many people jumping back in. I'm so glad to see you guys. Oi, 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 oi. I'm so excited for tomorrow's game. Tomorrow's big game. Okay, well, he's frozen solid, so I'm just gonna keep zapping him in the face. I'm gonna keep zapping him. Brap! He's frozen solid. What a scumbag move. We got super lucky. Don't wake up yet. I'm still frozen. What a ripoff. What a jerk move. Please be still frozen. No, he got out. Rinselnut, you want to say hi before you went to bed, but you got a job. Hey, Rinselnut, congratulations on the job. Yeah. Can we put some hype in the chat before Rinselnut has to go to bed? Rinselnut, congratulations. Hooray. Good job getting one. We're proud of you. Now you can make some money. Some money time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Which of these attacks would be the best, you guys? What do you think that I should use? This is why Ice type is the best type. Ooh, sips. Di, are you making stickers in the basement? Somebody's giving out managerial stickers. I think that we should use what? Just based on power? Let's see. 90, 50, 30, 90. I want to splishy splash him. I splash him away. Bye-bye, Mewtwo. What? Faster than a Pikachu? Oh my gosh, and kills him in one shot. Oh no. Pikachu just got beat up in one. I think we're dead. I think that we might be donezo. Yikes. I don't know if you get to fight this Pokemon again. We might have to catch Mewtwo in the other game. Oh dear, I don't actually know how this battle exactly works. Rest in peace to all of them. Rest in peace to all the homies. I do have a revive, but what am I gonna do? Thank you for all the hype. Hey, Rinselnut! It was so nice to see you. I'm so happy for you. Full revive Articuno, then Mirror Coat. We could do that, yeah. We'll just put Onyx out there, let it die, you know. We'll just do that. But yeah, we'll get back. We'll get old Iceboard back. Iceboard. We've only got 42 seconds. We're donezo, you guys. We're donezo. There's no flipping way. Chop, chop. You can fight Mewtwo again, you think? I think you might be right. If only these animations didn't take so long. Seemed like Articuno could take 2 hits. Articuno did take 2 hits. It's only 20 seconds though. We can't even switch this out. Oh, we'll see you soon, Calico. No worries. We will see you later. Okay, wait. Yeah, we're not gonna. Yeah, it's 7 seconds. 7 seconds. These animations are taking forever. No. No. Oh gosh. Mewtwo disappeared from sight. Oh no. I was not ready. I was not ready for that. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Did I just miss a legendary? Oh, let's hope that it respawns later. I know that Moonstones respawn. Maybe leave the area and come back. Oh. Ew. Oh no. Maybe if I just go up a ladder, then it'll let me, then it'll respawn them. Oh, always save before legendary Pokemon. Oh, shush. Too late now. And you're really good at giving me tips after they're useless. Thanks for the worthless tips. Ah! Dang it. Well, let's go back down. Maybe there's another one. maybe another Pokemon appeared. That's how it's supposed to be. That's like a mom saying, be careful. Like after you hit your head, you're underneath the table and then you jolt your head up and hit it on the table and she's like, be careful. You're like, what? I just hurt myself. You should have told me, be careful before I hurt myself. It's too late now. The pain will help me remember, Mother. I don't need you to mention it. Eh? You have a question? PayPal is used to gift subs and such. You have it linked to a card. Oh, I think Alchemic's helping you out with that. I don't even know what you're talking about. Spawns. Kareem, are you gonna be Mewtwo? What'd you say? Pretty sure that you have to fight the Elite Four again? What? The Elite Four again? Oh no. Oh dear. Well, let's escape this cave anyway, because we got everything. And we need to go, and we've got to trade some stuff, but I don't think I have anybody that's gonna trade with me right now. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I don't think that there's online trading, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but we'll come right back. You can fight the Elite Four again? Really? What a pain in the neck. I can't believe that I was such a dum-dum. I thought that it would just be a Master Ball. I forgot that you had to fight them. Oh. But yes, you actually have to fight them before you can have them. Oh dear. Well, let's go back to the shop, and I just forget if you can trade. How do you trade Pokemon in this game? You can do it. I mean, I can do it, but I don't want to do it. It's more money though, right? Won't they give big buccarinos? Rest up. Yeah, I don't know how you trade in this game. There's normally a spot in every Pokemon Center where you can trade, but I'm not sure. I don't think that there's like an online marketplace, is there? Because I remember in the other games, they had like a complicated marketplace that you could like buy and sell Pokemon easily. Communicate. Play with others. Is there an upstairs? See, yeah, no, there's no upstairs. It's not in the Pokemon Centers. Oi, Darkwing! Hey, how are you doing? I'm waving and Pikachu shows up. Somehow Pikachu's voice seems 10,000 times louder than normal. Pikachu, stop shouting inside. Use your inside to Pika voice. Use your inside voice, Pika. We're in a holy place. It is play with others? Really? Play with others. Okay. I don't want to play. Far away player. You will now connect to the internet. Go ahead. Let's see what happens. Darkwing, a workout break right now? Oh man. We're gonna have to do some pull-ups. What did it say? Did it say that my airplane? Oh, airplane mode's on. Okay, I'm just gonna give it a second to let it reconnect. Let's see if we can catch anything. Darkwing, how dare you work me out like that? Oi, 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 oi. All right, maybe it's connected now. Sign in to your Nintendo account again. What? Okay, let me see what this is asking for. What? Again? Are you kidding? I don't know what this password is. Oh no, I think it's my normal password. I sure hope that it is. Y'all can't see this, right? Y'all can't be spying on my password now. Okay, let's hope that it's my normal password. Otherwise, we're gonna be here for a minute. Sign into your account again. Nintendo, you monster. You monster. You're doing this just to bother me. It's a long password. Oof. It may be safe, but it sure is annoying. Oh, fuck. It's trying. The password, the information that you entered was incorrect. Oh, no. Die. Please don't joke around like that. That's not funny. That's not funny. Don't appreciate that. How do you, can one of y'all Google how to ban mods? All right. This ought to work. Try number 2. Whoa! Yeah!
Hello. Yay. Continued sub to my favorite streamer.
What did I do? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. What does this mean? I don't even play online games. I don't even use Nintendo Online for anything. What the heck is this? Also, Dog and the Doggo, thank you so much for the 2-month sub. Hey, thanks so much for continuing the sub. I appreciate it. I don't know what happened. Dog and the Doggo, thank you so much for 2 months of support. I appreciate it. I didn't do anything. It might, yeah, it must be an error. That's what I'm betting. Maybe they like mass banned some people for some reason. Because I haven't done anything. I haven't downloaded anything. I don't even know how you would get, how would you even get it? How would you even get your Nintendo account suspended? What would you do, cheat? I didn't do anything. I don't even know how you do that. Nintendo. Huh. A bunch of GameStop emails, digital purchases, adding funds. I mean, they sure didn't stop me from buying things, that's for sure. They didn't, the suspension didn't have any problems with letting me buy games, because I sure bought games like a few days ago. Nintendo receipt, funds added to your account. Nintendo newsletter, another newsletter. Something from your wish list is on sale. Thank you for your digital purchase of Resident Evil Revelations back in April. But there's nothing in my email from Nintendo. What? Oh yeah, I don't even have to. Okay. All right. If the funds bounce, it locks your account. You know that much? Funds probably didn't bounce. I even used I used PayPal with a backup card too. I don't think it could be that. Well, there'll be no trading today, that's for sure. There will certainly be no trading. We need to go fight the Elite Four because apparently we have to go beat up those people again. But we need some money to go catch some shiny dittos anyway. So maybe a cat sat on Nintendo's keyboard and mass banned people. Yeah, see, I'm saying that it literally, yeah, it could be a glitch. In fact, that makes me want to try signing in one more time, but I'll do that later. Maybe it was because of me being offline for so long. I don't know, that's got me really curious now what the issue is, but I don't really want to trade anyway, so I'll just leave it alone. Nintendo has banned streamers in the past. Yeah, but I don't think that it's that either. That would be very odd to pick me out of anybody. I mean, I have no idea. Hey, A-Star's here. Whoa, what's up, my friend? Oi, A-Star. Why are you staring so creepily at me? Oh, how are you doing? Stop looking at me with those two scary eyeballs. They're both red. Why are they red? Are those actual red eyeballs? I think they are. Why is that the emoji? I just realized. Why is the emoji red eyes? Definitely not on offline because you used your account until recently. Yeah, I don't think it's that. Maybe it's because it was trying to sign in and it had an error or something. I'm not sure. You're gonna go take a nap? Headache? Oh no, Kareem. I hope that you feel better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you've got a headache. I've got a teeny tiny one. Please take mine away with you. Please get rid of it. Let's buy some stuff from Mr. Man here. We got $75,000. You've been staring at the sun. The sun blinked first. No, don't stare at the sun. Stop. Listen, you may play a robot. You may play a robot on TV, but you are not a robot. Take care of those eyeballs. Okay, we're gonna buy some Hyper Poke. We're gonna buy some stuff. We're gonna buy ourselves a Restore. Where is it? It's up here. Full restore. Not that. We want that res thing. He's going for the res. A revive. Where's the max revive? Max potion. No max revive over here? Shaking my head. Max lure, max repel, super repel. Interesting. I didn't see a max revive in here. Just an old boring one, and I already have 4 of those. Oh, we've got those. And I think that we're good with everything else. We just need to build our team whenever we go in there. Let's build up our team and make sure that we can beat them up. We're even stronger than we were before. There's no way that they can face us. Ice Lady. So is this endless stuff? I better start actually doing work. Oh no, Vonchik, don't get in trouble. Don't get in trouble, it's not worth it. Vonchik, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Good luck with your work. I hope you enjoy it. Okay, so this is the ice and water. So we can use a flamethrower for part of this, Pikachu for a lot of it. Let's see. But we probably need to take Onyx off of our team, right? What's the point of having Onyx on this team? Who's the big Pokemon that I'm leaving out? Muck. Muck is really great and is going to be used a little bit later. I think it's just Muck. Muck will get traded in during the poison battle, whenever we beat up all the Gengars. And I think that this is what we used last time. Was it really Onyx, though? I feel like we had Muck for this battle. I bet Onyx got switched in for only 1. Maybe for poison? I'm not sure. But we should be able to fight the first one with Pikachu, I think, because Pikachu's got electricity, so can probably handle most of the water Pokemon and is super strong anyway. So Zapdos might help. That's true. But Pikachu's already leveled up, so I think that I'll leave Pikachu to the Zappy. Leela, what's up? Oi! Leela, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Hello. Doggett, you used to be tormented in elementary school. It just randomly stopped in middle school, though. It sounds like those people wised up to how awesome you are, Dog and the Doggo. Sounds like they finally wised up. Oi! I'm glad that things are going well for you. Hooray! Leela's here. Oi! Leela, how has your day been, friendo? Happy Thursday. I'm just kind of vibing on a Thursday. I practiced my practice makeup, got an outfit, went to the P.O. box. I mean, I got a few things done. And then we could just enjoy catching Pokemon while I'm totally thinking about a different game. We could just enjoy this game while I'm thinking about other ones. My heart is somewhere else. My heart yearns for Subnautica below zero, which is pretty similar to this room. Freezing cold and very concerning. Subnautica below zero. Also, I could swear that Dugong is more powerful than last time. Dude, did they upgrade? Are they better? You're doing all right? Enjoying the cold with a nice cup of tea. Ooh, cup of tea. Comfy. Playing Animal Crossing while listening to the streamer. The streamer. The streamer. If that streamer is the me. Thank you so much for being here, Clay. Enjoying some Animal Crossing. What are you doing? Are you working on your village? Are you villager hunting? Are you doing your dailies? Are you fishing? What's happening? You gotta tell me what's the official business. Sand Slash. Ooh, what a pretty Pokemon. That's not normal Sand Slash. Is that an Alolan version? How do you do that? I've never seen this before. It's so pretty. Look at its eyeballs. Ooh, what a pretty baby. I know, so shiny. So shiny and pretty. Oh, it's Alolan. Really? It changes type whenever it changes to Alolan. Well, it seems like fire would be good against this, right? I hate switching the mid-battle, but I think that I'm gonna let ice type is best type. They're so pretty. Some of them are pretty. I don't think that the best evolution is the ice one, but it is so good though. Oh wait, Earthquake. That's not gonna do anything, you silly. I've gotta cook you. It's ice and steel. Okay, maybe I've made a mistake. I didn't make a mistake. Glaceon is the best one? Really, Shiny? Do you like Glaceon best? That would make sense. That would make sense. Just typical. Just typical Shiny. You're always this way. Should something be forgotten? Double edge is kind of crappy, right? Doesn't it? Doesn't hurt you too? A reckless, life-risking tackle. That does sound something. That does sound like what I would put Cabbage Frog through, though. That sounds like a Cabbage Frog move, to be honest. We're always sacrificing him. Might as well have double edge in the cannon just in case. About to send out Cloyster. Definitely want to switch. It's on brand. My brand. My personal Twitch brand is focused around throwing Cabbage Frog into the fire. Such a Cabbage Frog move. Really is. Cabbage Frog. Just typical Cabbage Frog. You getting tired of job hunting? Oof. Celestial, I hope you find a job soon. I have no idea what the job market is like anymore. Goodness gracious. It seems like in some places it's booming. In some places it's so much worse. How the heck are you supposed to predict in times like these? That was a critical hit. Mama. Mama. Whoa. Holy moly. Whoa. You like ghost Pokemon and you like fire Pokemon. Ooh, and I love fire Pokemon. If there's no Pikachu, I always pick a fire Pokemon. Cloyster. Ice is gonna kick Cabbage Frog's butt. Oh no. Die. Welcome back. Die. What did we learn, Dive? Please don't joke about what I actually can do. Streamer needs what? I need to be reassured. Streamer needs reassurance. You always pick the fire Pokemon as your starter. I do too, Anne. Except for in fire and not fire and sword. In Sword and Shield, I first picked Scorbunny, and then the next one, I picked Sobble. So cute. Or Sobble? Sobble's very cute. I do like that. You figured out your issue. You sent something to somebody, and the item broke. Sent a refund. They put in a complaint. Oh, what? Unbelievable. What a mess. Should I fly? I'm gonna try flying. That ice didn't do anything. Ice did nothing. Cloyster, you can just hit the air. Lurk, you might actually sleep earlier today. Kim, you're taking care of yourself. I'm glad to hear it. Oh yes, I just remembered I'm supposed to work out. Oopsies. Darkwing, sorry about that. I still need to do that. I apologize. I remember Hydro Pump being it's just brutal. Thankfully, it can't hurt my bird. Can't hurt this bird. Let me beat up these people and then I'll do a quick rep. A quick rep of 10. Sorry about that, Darkwing. You pick Sobble for sword. Aw, Sobble's so cute. Sobble is just a little sad froggy Pokemon. A little sad baby. Pikachu 67, nice. Pikachu's getting old. Let's see. We should switch back to Pikachu and heal them up. Heal them up and then do that old zippy zap. I think. Wait a second. If I remember properly, I thought that Slowpoke or Slowbro kicked Pikachu's buns last time, right? Could have swore that it kicked Pikachu's buns. I've got to possibly waste this Hyper Potion. I can't remember. Sobble's evolution line is him getting over his depression and becoming a spy. Yeah, Sobble's final versions are not so great. I hate the fact that there's all of these cute, super duper cute starters and they turn into like really ugly characters. Like one of the cutest starters is that little chicken. It's the little cute chicken, and then it turns into like a flaming rooster with its like kicky legs. It's a horrible switch off. Yeah, Torchic. Torchic is adorable, and then it turns into like Blaze Kick or something. Blaze Kickin', the Blaze Kickin' chicken. Torchic is so cute. Torchic, and then it turns into the Blazing Chicken with its big ugly legs. Blaziken, that's what it is. Yeah, I don't like it. It's ugly. Should I heal up Pikachu again? Another hyper potion down the toilet. Fried chicken. Pre-fried. Pre-fried for your convenience. But I think that Score Bunny's not too ugly. Score Bunny turns into a ninja too, right? Doesn't it have like a hood? One of them does. I think that the second one has a hood, and it's pretty cool. I like it. Pikachu, please do a critical hit. Pikachu, no! Pika! It was a critical hit! Oh my god. Don't you dare put Pikachu to bed like that. Pikachu's gonna kick your butt. Zippy zap him. Mudkip gets buff whenever he comes Swampert. I don't think that I've seen Mudkip's evolution line. I mean, obviously Charmander's fantastic. I like Charmander. Big Durgan. Big Durgan. I don't mind, Blastoise is kind of weird. Oh no, Pikachu's going to sleep. Night night. Night night, little buddy. That reminds me of me finding that Oshawott plushie at the store that I wanted so bad, but I couldn't do it. Cinderace is cute, but your favorite fire starter is Tepig? You mean the Fire Pig? Ooh. Fire Pig is cute. Jinx. I don't remember how we dealt with Jinx last night. She's got the big kiss. Did we just like flamethrower her in the face? Don't remember. Sorry for the lurking. Oh, do not apologize for lurking. Doing dishes and cooking at the same time, but I agree. I chose Sobble as a starter. Saw his evolutions and was like, ooh. Ew, gross. Grookey just turns into like, what, Riffle Boom or something? Just turns into a big monkey. Score Bunny goes from being a bunny to a ninja to a soccer player. I don't like soccer, but I guess that evolution's not the worst. The last one is gonna be Lapras, I think. Which we need a zap. Maybe we should wake up Pikachu. Ooh, that's actually good. Jinx disturbs you? Why? Why? Is she so beautiful? She's such a beautiful lady. Oh, yes. Beautiful. Look at your beautiful purple skin. Beautiful purple skin. How could you say no? How could you say no to such a fine lady? I'm gonna wake up Pikachu. You need to wake up. Paralysis. Paralysis. We can do. I guess I'm gonna have to do a full heal. Pikachu, wake up. Pikachu. Pikachu, get up. We need you to zap Jinx and get her out of here. She's your favorite along with Mr. Mime? Why do you like human Pokemons? Diablo, they're frightening. I don't like them. Dog, and I'm with you. I don't like it. I don't like this one. You like Mr. Mime? Mr. Mime is great in the Pikachu movie. Mimey is far superior, I agree. Mr. Mime is a Mr. Meme. Mr. Mime is most excellent. Very funny. Especially good in that movie. Mime Jr. is adorable. I've never seen Mime Jr. in my life. What are we talking about? Is Mime Jr. the thing that comes before Mr. Mime? I don't even know what that looks like. That just makes me think of... Oh, nobody's gonna know this reference, but it's from that YouTube channel, Worthy Kids, on the Big Top Burger. This one episode where there's a little tiny clown that's like, hello, do you have some soup? That's what it makes me think of. A little baby clown. Hello. I don't think I can kill Lapras in one shot. You love Big Top Burger? Me too. I've watched all the episodes a million times. I used to force to heal my broken body. Different video, but still. Big Top Burger is, it's most excellent. We could watch all of that show together. That's totally family appropriate, pretty much. Oh, good job, Pikachu. Pikachu, did you just avoid that attack? What? Ow, what? Jinx was based on the Ganguru fashion trend in Japan? What? Mimey is Ash's Mr. Mime, aka his stepfather. No, not the mime. Please, no mime background. That's why I hate Mr. Mime the most. That's why I can't stand him. He steals moms. It makes me uncomfortable. Ugh, why would they do that?
Oi, oi,
Have you seen
oi.
Mr. Mime? He looks weird. Mr. Mime tipped $1.
Mr. Mime tipped $1. I'm being bullied in chat.
Mr. Mime, how dare you? $1 from Mr. Mime. No! Also, Mr. Mime almost looks like he's got his fingers up with an L on his forehead whenever he's walking around. What's happening? Whoa! Mr. Voodoo, thank you for the raid! Oh my gosh! Hey, thank you so much for jumping in, Mr. Voodoo and friends. Hi there. Oi, 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 what were y'all doing? Hey, we're hanging out playing a little bit of Pokemon. We were just talking trash about Mr. Mime. Hey, the bot's not here yet. I've got to wake up the bot, you guys. I've got a special bot that wants to say hello to all of y'all. Thank you so much, Mr. Voodoo, for jumping in the chat. Hi there. Hey, everybody. If you've never seen me before, I am Bot Raid. Who wants to be famous? No. What the foe? Please don't. No. I hate that so much. How dare you? That's a cruel joke to play. I will not accept this. Okay, there's my bot. My bot will say hello to you, all of y'all. Hey, Linz, you're here. What the foe? How are you doing? Oi, is that Kayomi Mio? Welcome to the chat. Hi there. Everybody that just came in with the raid, hello. My name's the Earl of Suds, aka Kenny. We're playing a little bit of Pikachu. I am looking forward to so many games. We're so excited. I play all sorts of games over here. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing the new Subnautica game. I cannot wait to do it. We're going to be building Legos this weekend. So there's a bunch of fun stuff that we do all of the time. And I'd love to have y'all here if you want to. But thank you so much for coming in with the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Voodoo. What was Mr. Voodoo playing? GeoGuessr. Ooh, more GeoGuessr? I wish that I could play more GeoGuessr. That game has big fun. Did you find all of the locations? Does anybody remember what's the closest that you got? I think that the closest that I ever got was like, was it 15 yards? How far was it? It was literally like almost, you could have thrown a stone and hit the right spot. I forget how close it was. But Mr. Voodoo, did you get close? You gotta go shower? All right, A-Star, we'll see you after you shower. Get not stinky. A-Star is so stinky, I can smell it from here. Go get unstinkified. I'm gonna use my crummy revives over here because Sorbet is totally safe right now. And do I have any little baby potions? Little BB potions? I think I've only got good potions, unfortunately. Also, this is fighting type, so I need to use flying type moves. So I think that we're gonna start with Pikachu, just like last time. Pikachu can do a couple of flying moves, you know, bamboozle him a little bit. Not a valid user, how are you doing? Oi! Also, Kitty Cat, hello. You've gotten a street? You've gotten multiple times on the same street. That doesn't sound possible. You can't remember how close, but you were pretty close, like 5 meters. Ooh, nice. Hey, sweet. Megumin. Explosion! Megumin, yes please. Best character. Megumin, best girl. Don't fight me. LeBron James, how are you doing? Heyo! You got your first vaccine shot this week. Hey, not a valid user. Congratulations. Okay, wait a second. You guys, it's time to train up our Pokemon. You gotta get some sleep now. Good night, Shiny. I'm glad that you're getting some sleep. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. We'll catch a Shiny in your name. We'll catch a Shiny just for you. A Shiny Ditto is what we're gonna search for in just a little bit. Thanks for being here, Shiny. Get some good sleep. Now, during this music, I was supposed to do a workout break, so if you will excuse me, people that just came in with the raid, I was forced by chat to do this. I apologize, but I keep putting it off. I need to just do 10 pull-ups real quick. Real quick, they've instructed me to do it. It was Darkwing's fault, okay? It was Darkwing's fault. And everybody say goodnight to Shiny. Okay, just give me a second. This is good music for me to let me just get this over with. Okay. I've done my duty. I've done what I promised. Okay. Oh, Goofy, what's up? Hey there. Goofy's here. You thought that your gift sub and your notifications, but it was just a sub expiring. Oh no. Bugs from Safeway. How are you doing? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. What, a juggle break? No. I've got to do this battle. We're gonna do the battle, and then we'll do a juggling break, okay? I'm not interrupting this. Splashy splashy. Rest is for the weak. Hang on. Let me catch my breath, and I'll juggle in a second. For the weak, I don't mind being weak. That's all right. I never said that I was strong. I'm done. Hang on. We're gonna do some juggling in just a minute. Let me just pwn this guy over here. Stop. We're just gonna leave Pika right here. Whoa! Look at that big strong boy. Fifi, thank you for the 2 gifted subs.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Goofy Thief's Cooting Game the 77.
To Goofy and Brit says beach. Awesome sauce. Thank you so much for the 2 gifts in the chat. Can we get some hype in the chat, you guys? Oh yes. 2 gifted subs, and we're about to zippy zap this Poliwraith into next week. Oh yeah, Fifi Abby, thanks for keeping the hype up in the chat right after the raid. Big raid, and then also hype in the chat. What the heck? Yeah, Goofy, I hope that you enjoy the whoops. Goofy, I hope that you enjoy all of that ad-free viewing. Hope that you enjoy all of your emotes, and you get to watch movies with us every Sunday for an entire month. An entire month, for heaven's sake. Okay, this is water. Let's see. Sorbet is probably the best, right? Rest is for the smart. Listen to Mama Jedi. What? Jedi, you stay up late and drink coffee at like 9 p.m. What? I can't believe this. Also, hi there. I saw a new name. What's the new name? Where is it? It's K-Tronics. K-Tronics, how are you doing? The point of rest is to get back full. What is that? What is that? Why does it have a beard? What the heck am I looking at? Oh my gosh, disgusting. Ew, is that a Galarian Golem? Oh, gross, I don't like it. That's no good. That is no good, and that's also new. I don't even think that, did they have a Golem last time? Huh. I don't remember this guy. What a lovely gentleman. This was certainly not here. It's too bad. Oh boy, this battle's more tough than it was last time. Dang it. They leveled up. Cabbage, this is what, fighting? Cabbage Frog shouldn't be too bad, right? Looks like he's about to do the Rasputin in Just Dance. Bye-bye! See you later. That makes me want to play Just Dance. How dare. Not the Rasputin. That dance is impossible. It's not impossible if you're just trying to go for score and you don't mind if you look like a goofball. That's what I do. You're finally headed home. Hey, Calico, we'll see you soon. Drive safe, Brenda. Drive safe instead of risky like you normally do. Oh, look at Hitmonchan. Oh, you ready to go? You ready? Now, this is a tough Pokemon right here. You just gotta, oh, what? I thought that you get 2 hits with the pedal dance. Frozen Solid, great. That's just another thing to heal. Thanks a lot, you stupid punching Pokemon. It's got lots of punchies. It's gonna go what, for the ice? Gonna go for the ice right now. Look at him. He looks like he's got looks like somebody ripped open his head and took his brain out, or he looks like some weird sprout. Ice punch a fire dragon. You fool! You fool! You're now gonna get flamethrower in the face. I take your ice punch, and I race you 1 flamethrower. Whoops, that actually wasn't very good. Ah! No, Hang on, hang on. I'll raise you one more flamethrower. What? How dare... No! No, the old switcheroo. Great. It's like I should have used Dragon Rage. It's not very effective. Well, no crap. I didn't mean to. I wasn't planning on doing that with this guy. Now, he's definitely gonna do a water move. It's not gonna hurt Cabbage Frog. We should be good. Oh, Roser, you're gonna go eat? Go get some food. Get some food. Like a ball of lettuce sitting in the Costco freezer. You look like Costco lettuce. It's gotta be like the rudest thing I've ever heard. You look like a head of Costco lettuce. Costco lettuce looking Pokemon. The best person to fight this guy, Sorbet. And Sorbet's we've got to get Sorbet back, you guys. We gotta get SpongeBob back. We've gotta get SpongeBob back. Yeah, Earthquake, see if I care. Cabbage Frog was already frozen. now I just don't have to use them. Now I don't have to use the full restore. Thanks. Thanks, you played right into my hand. Sorbet is currently melted. Sorbet was out of the freezer for too long and perished. Thankfully, you scooped up all of the juices. You put it back into the tub, and you know what? Back to flying. Here we go. The Sorbet flew away. Whee! What are you gonna do? Switch out your Pokemon? You fell for my trap card. You activated my trap card, you dummy. You baka. Zoom! Yeah, you know what? If we actually played one of the games where you can have Torchic, we would definitely name it Baka. Hooray! We win! Just kidding, there's one more. Keep battling. Hey, welcome back, Grunge Stream. I didn't know when you'd ever return, but you're back. How splendid. Time to fly. Got a blast! No, not the rocks! Like Baka? Yeah, something like that. Or B-O-C-K, because I think that is the way that it's said. Baka. Fighting's good against, rock. This is too bad. Imagine choosing Torchic instead of Mudkip. I've done it before. Oh, I've done it before. Just watch me. Now, does this guy have all the kicks? Does he have like a water kick or something? Just imagine. Let's see if he kills me. Because I honestly need to buy more stuff. Unfortunately, I thought that I was ready. All right, do the big attack. Do the big attack. Samuel. Hey, that's pretty good. Rock slide. Bye-bye. See you later, Sam. Thanks for hanging out. See you later. Rest in peace, you beautiful dragon. Okay. All right. This is going great. All of these Pokemon have my number. They are firmly upgraded by several levels. Some of them are different versions. Some of them have new Pokemon. It is really, we were already having trouble, but this is just a whole nother level. I think that we're gonna end it right here without me using anything. Also, Riley, what's up? Oi. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the L, save my money, honestly. Because there's no way that this $10,000 that we get for fighting this guy is worth the items. There's no way that it's worth all the cash money that these items cost. They're so expensive. We barely made our $10,000 back just from Hyper Potions. Hyper Potions alone are extremely expensive. You didn't know that this game existed? Well, this game right here. This game right here's got the best thing in all of Pokemon history. Right here. Pikachu. A strong, assuring nod. Just what I needed. Pikachu knew exactly what I needed. Pet, pet. Pet, pet, pet. Gonda, you better be here right now, because I'm about to do that dang old juggling break that you're interrupting Pokemon for, I mean. All right, we're gonna leave Pikachu right here and let Pikachu snooze. Pet, pet, pet. Okay, and I'm just really quick gonna do some, actually, the music is louder if we're here. Okay, so let me just do a little bit of juggling practice, you guys. Just a couple of moves, because I haven't done the I haven't done my pins yet. Oh, thank you, Anne. I will play with Pikachu again. Oh no! No, it was going perfect. Okay. I'm trying to learn a new move, but I'm struggling. I'm struggling with the shower. Oh, no! Do. Oh. No. I could have gotten it started. No. Okay. Let's try part. We're gonna try part of the half shower here. Oh, that's not when you do it. No. Eventually, I will have an actual bed, but right now, the bed that's missing makes it so if I drop one of these, then it just goes shooting down to the bottom of the floor, and I have to stick my hand through the slats. It's like a trap. Oh. All right, now I've got to practice the pins a couple of times. Crazy, those 2 months have gone by already. What 2 months? When? Oh, you mean since you've been here, Riley? Oh, snap. All right. First time practicing pins today. Let's see how we do today. Hey, almost. Oh, so close. We're getting it. No. With the one pin going. The one. I'm sorry for hitting y'all in the face. My bad. My bad for smacking y'all right in the face. Okay, there's some juggling practice. There we go. It should be, did I say, it's called a juggling break. But it really should be called juggling practice. Okay, so if we're getting ready for this battle, for one, I need Muck on my party. Vaporeon is just weak as heck. And this is good training for Vaporeon, but honestly, I couldn't care less. We need Muck on the team. Muck is a useful Pokemon. Vaporeon's just a beautiful Pokemon. So if we've got them on the team, Onix is also, let's see, Onix is a little weak, unfortunately. Not very useful. I almost feel like I should just put Sheldon on the team just because it's stronger than Vaporeon by like 7 levels. I mean, 7 levels it might be the difference between winning and losing, honestly. Also has a dark move, which could be nice. A bite. Yeah, I think that we're gonna switch in Sheldon and put that over by Onix, or replace Onix. I mean, yeah, this is our winning team last time, so this might be the juice. This might be what we need. Onix has really bad attack. Oh, Onix is pretty worthless, but Onix is useful for one battle that we actually need him for. So definitely gonna have to use them later, but not with these first couple. I think I used Onyx for some of the ground type Pokemon that somebody had. I forget. But we don't need any more hyper potions at the moment, I don't think, right? We could buy some to just make it 10 because I like looking at it. Hey, KP, what's up? Oi, KP. Hope you're having a good day. Hello. Hello. Hope you're having an absolutely splendid Thursday. You seriously keep forgetting that it's Thursday and not Sunday? What? Not Sunday? That's so far away. Riley, your internal clock is majorly off. What is so Sunday like about today? What do you think is going on today that makes you think of Sunday? It feels like a Saturday for you, Anne? Really? I'm glad it's not Sunday. Okay, wait a second. Sarah, right? Right? Come on. Sarah, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Literally, randomly this morning, I went and got breakfast. I opened up my window and I literally said to myself, I said, Sarah. Because my brain had apparently stored it while I was sleeping. I woke up, went to get the coffee done, opened up the window, and then I thought of my brain and said out loud, Sarah. Because I was trying to memorize it. I was trying to remember. Let's just get one of everything, shall we? Every day is Friday when Kenny stream. What? Every day's a Friday? Oh yeah, baby. Oh boy. I can't wait for Friday because there's a new game. We might be staying up late playing that game. We might also start early. I'm not sure. I just want to play more. You woke up feeling like it was a Friday? Yeah, that's pretty close, Ed. I feel like it is. A-Star, welcome back. Are you not stinky? A-Star is no longer stinky. Confirmed. A-Star smells like a bed of roses. What game? Oh, yes. The game that's coming out is Subnautica Below Zero. I've been waiting forever for this game. I've been waiting 5 ever. Let's see. Paralysis heal. Let's get a... Oh, not 3. No. It must be 5 exactly. Otherwise, I'll not be pleased. Every day's a holiday with Kenny. Oh my gosh, Clay, you shush. You shush. You're implying that I smelled bad to begin with. Of course, everybody stinks, A-Star. Everybody's stinky. Come on. You're a human being. You're an ape. You're a stinky ape, my friend. Thank you, Emerald Artist. Don't project your stink on me, streamer. Well, let's all right. Now, Anne told me that I had to play with Pikachu, so I'm gonna do that. Pikachu's cute. Pikachu looks like it's thinking that it could go anywhere as long as it's with you. It could go anywhere as long as it's with me. What a cutie. Tickle, tickle. Perk. What a cute baby. Poke. No. I wasn't trying to poke you in the face. I was trying to poke your cheek for boop. Boop. There we go. That's what I wanted to happen. Oi, Captain Sexy. What's up? How are you doing, you sexy beast? Thanks for arriving. Where have you been? Pika. Captain Sexy. Hello. Pet arm. Tickle. Ooh, if only we could pet Eevee. If only you could have Eevee and Pikachu in the same game, just so long as you buy them both. Here, eat this. Eat this, it'll keep you strong. What about poke face? Boop nose. Boop! Here, swipe this hand. Swipe it. Big poke hand. Yeah. Fight! Fight! Ooh, pet tail. Boop. Keep that tail still. What a cutie. We've already made it do all the... Wait. No, we missed one animation. Did we get the ear thing? Ooh, I haven't seen that in a while. Shall I have carrots or pretzels for a snack? What? Are you saying that just to tease me, Alchemic? Both of them together, of course. It's a match made in heaven. What are you talking about? Carrots and pretzels together. First, you take two baby carrots, chew them up, and then after you have extracted all of the liquid from them, then you put some carrots in your mouth. Hooray! It's about two baby carrots to a 3 pretzel ratio. You hate carrots? How dare you? Okay, I'm going to, let me switch over to, oh, Pikachu's ready. Pikachu is ready to go. Guys, that sounds amazing. You gotta try, Leela. You gotta try it. We gotta make some chocolate-covered pretzels for the shower? But what? We gotta make some chocolate-covered pretzels for the shower. Make chocolate-covered pretzels for the shower. What? For the baby shower? Oh, for the bridal shower. Oh, I was like, what? What are you talking about? I didn't say that it was gonna be a shower stream. I said that it was gonna be a hot tub stream. Pancake hot tub stream. I was like, what? Don't eat pretzels in the shower. That's weird. You only eat pretzels in the bath. In the bath. I say. Never mind. That's a weird way to describe it. It's just saying carrots and pretzels are both good. It's true. New meta shower streams? Genius. Fully clothed shower streams for the win. I'm gonna zap you to oblivion. I don't think that Pikachu went 1 level up. So we'll see what happens. Wait, how would bathtub pancake stream would look like? Oh, no, not bat. It's a hot tub, and then you put pancake batter in the water, stir it all up, and then you turn it into a big pancake. Please stop saying unholy things like eat pretzels in the bath. What you said, please don't say them like that. In your own stream, please. Grunge Scream. What do you mean? Are you saying that I should say them in other people's streams? Listen, only do that whenever you're streaming with OT so that everybody else has to listen to it. Save those gems for later. Stop spending all of your cringe points on your own channel. Make sure that you spread it around. Don't do it in your own chat. Okay, now I know Sandslash is here, which means that we're about to fry it with Samuel. Let's go. Zoom. New pointer reward. New point reward. Turn on the cold water. No. No, freezing. Unacceptable. Don't say that. Listen to Kenny. He's a baking god. I can't wait for the cooking stream. It's happening soon. Actually, you know, I should probably check my front door and see if my maid outfit is here yet. It might be there. It's getting delivered today. See you later. Chocolate melts in hot water? Uh-oh. You could make it into a chocolate fountain. Have you ever bathed in a chocolate fountain? Oh, wait. What was next? Oh, dear. I didn't pay attention. I'm going to switch back to Pikachu just in case. Because it's probably a water Pokemon, right? Who is it? Is it that stupid Cloyster? Oh, boy. I hope it's not. Ah, it's Cloyster. This guy's the worst. I don't have any attacks that really hurt him that much. I don't even think Zippy Zap's very effective. I'm gonna see if this flying is better against him. I think that he's Steel. I think he's Steel and, oh gosh, that was worthless. Flinched and couldn't move. Suck it. You loser, I'm gonna kick you. In the face. Yeah, that's right. Not very good. What? Super effective? Wait, if fighting's super effective and it's not normal, it's water and ice? How is that super effective then? That's weird. That is strange. No cursing in my Christian server. First stream I hopped on and had the Earl in a gamer girl outfit? What? Grunge stream? You actually, wait, what? Were you there whenever I was Diva? You were here for the Diva stream? No, really? I only used that like one stream. I still have it. I just haven't worn it recently. I think that it might fit me better now, actually. You were Diva? Yeah, it's a Diva bodysuit. it should still work. It should still fit. Yeah, it was a magical stream. It was rather magical. I don't remember what we were doing though. Were we playing? He even put the cat headband on. I still have the cat headband too. Oh man, Pikachu is just pulling out all the stops over here, trying to prove his love. I mean, her love. Trying to prove love to the trainer. You were already good. You think it was Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion? You're literally right. How do you remember this? How do you, man, Grunge Scream. You've got the memory of an elephant. The memory of an elephant because you saw one in the zoo one time and you remember it. Favorite streamer, man? Oh my gosh, Grunge Scream, that's amazing. You're totally right. You're totally right. Everything that you said was correct. I'm gonna try to wash her face. Let's clean up that makeup. Oh, that was not good. Oh no. Oh, I should have zapped him. Oh, paralyzed though. Nice. Oh, sexy, are you leaving? We'll see you later, Captain. All right, enjoy your lurk. Dang it, I missed. It was October 23rd, I believe. Oh my god. This you guys. You tried to name the exact day. What? It was really during October? We didn't do anything special for. You're really telling me that I didn't play any spooky game? Oh wait. All right. Just let me stop talking for a little while. Let me beat up this jinx. My brain is clearly fried. I keep thinking that we played Overwatch. Like, I've played Overwatch on stream before, and then I don't play it whenever I'm in a Diva outfit. It is a spooky game, Grunge Scream. I forgot what I played. I forgot what I played because I took one look at that purple monster, and I couldn't focus. I'm also really curious about what's at the door. I really hope that it's there. I think it's there. Pikachu! Alright, Lapras we should be able to zap, but Pikachu's asleep right now. Pikachu do be the sleepy. Pikachu, wake up and beat up this ancient beast. Beat up this dinosaur. No! Stop hurting Pikachu. Oh, can kill Pikachu in one more hit. Oh. Lapras. Let's switch out for Sorbet and see if we can just fly this one to death. You're gonna lurk too because you don't feel too great today? I'm sorry that you feel crummy, Riley. I hope that you start feeling better. Oh no. That cliff is old. No! No! How dare. It was October 23rd, you were right? Oh my gosh. Are these rematches? Yes, they are, and they're more powerful now. It's very frustrating. Thank you so much for that. Thanks so much for being here, Riley. I hope you feel better soon. Alchemic knows everything. Is that true? You may be right. Also played Phasmo. You can hit birds in the sky. You can hit birds in the sky. So done with this stupid Pokemon game. God darn it. Oh. So frustrating. Stop killing me with all your moves. Oh dear. What can I fight them with? It's got my number on all cases. Pikachu's the only Pokemon that can do anything. Sheldon, what can you do? I haven't used this guy in a while. Sheldon, ice is dark good against ice? I don't think so. Fighting's good against ice. I don't have a fighting attack. Water is definitely not going to be useful, so I guess I'm going to try Bite, see what happens. Nom! Horrible. Bite is always garbage. Bite is never good. I forgot our in-stream knowledge. Now, it's not going to use a water attack against Sheldon, right? Muck? Muck could poison this. I don't really want to revive everything. You can hit birds in the sky? I didn't know that you could do that. So frustrating with the stupid thunder, lightning. Oh, look, it's got lightning and it's water. How does a water Pokemon control lightning? It's ice, water, and lightning. How am I supposed to fight something that has 3 different attacks? It's got 3 different, like, opposite attacks. How are you supposed to fight that? What kind of hyper-specific Pokemon do you need? I don't think that this is actually poisons it, though. No, that's just to strengthen me. And I already know that these are garbage. This is 80 versus 60. I mean, it'll be a little bit better, but it's only got dark moves. This is for the poison lady. This is for beating up Gengar. Let's wake up Pikachu, I guess, because that's like the only it's the only Pokemon that can do anything in this battle. A-Star just gifted me something. Oh, what? A-Star? Hey, what is this out of the blue? I just saw it pop out of the corner of my eye and I thought that it was the stream refreshing. I was scared. I thought that the stream was broken. I thought that it was refreshing something. Let me show you guys. What the heck? Right out of the blue. Oh, you can't even see it. Where is it? Why is it not showing it on screen? No. What's wrong with it? It won't show it. It's already on the screen. How did it get there? What the heck? Why is it not? What? This. A-Star. Thank you. Sunboy, you can also hit this bird in the sky over and out. Hey. Uh-oh, what? Did something happen? What? A-Star, thank you for the gift. You can hit this bird in the sky too. Bye-bye, birdie. Zappy, zappy. Oh my gosh. With 600 coins too. 600 coins. Goodness. Thank you so much. Did they re-enable her in the firing range? Oh no, she's fully included now. She's already part of the meta. Yeah, she's totally available. Thank you so much, A-Star, for the gift. Baby, what's up? Baby A10, how are you doing? A-Star. What timing? What timing? Goodness. Bro, the bottom of the screen has so many Pokemon. It's true. Look at him. Look at him go. It's a Pokemon party. This is why I don't use them all the time. Sunboy. You know, but she was unavailable for fire range when you checked last night. Huh. Maybe they were fixing her. Maybe they were fixing her. Maybe she had some problem. But yeah, I've seen her all of today. I even played on a team that had her on the team, so yeah, I guess maybe they fixed it. I'm not sure. I haven't used her on the shooting range because she's not really my style. I don't think. She's a cool character though, and I also have a really cool skin that I bought. I bought the one that looks like a real Valkyrie. That's like gold. I forget what it's called, but it's really cool. Okay, Linz. You are lurking to start chocolate pretzels for our bridal shower. Linz, we will see you later. Good luck with the pretzels that you're eating in the shower that you are so shy about that you have to lie to me. about some bridal shower. Nobody's getting married. Marriage is put off until the end of 2021. But all right, Lynn, whatever you want to call it. We'll see you later. We'll see you later after your pretzel incident. After your personal pretzel problem. Please kill this stupid Pokemon before I lose my mind. Pikachu, my sweet baby Pikachu. Listen, I need Pikachu. You never let me down. You never let me down, you sweet Pokemon. It even avoided an attack. Bye bye. See you later. Get out of my chat. Get out of my chat, Lapras. Hooray. Okay, well, at least we get some moolah. All right, about to send out Slowbro, which we fought with Pikachu last time. So we're totally good. Ready to rock. With all this money, we'll be able to hunt all of the shinies. I'm still questioning whether or not we'll go shiny hunting in Cerulean Cave with that stressful music, or if we're gonna go out in the field and try to catch a Ditto there. I don't know. I guess maybe we could decide depending on what kind of other shinies we'd like. Like what other Pokemon are in the area in case a non-Ditto shiny shows up, you know? They turned her off because the markers from her attack kept appearing in there. I saw that immediately, A-Star. I didn't know what that was. I thought that was to like help you dodge or something. I thought that it was like training. In Apex, in the training area, one character's attack looked like it was going off all the time, and it made it look like you were under fire. But I thought that it was just to like practice dodging or something. I didn't know why it was there. I never even thought of it being a bug. I was just like, oh, I guess this is just part of the game now. I don't know why they didn't include this. All right, let's get Sorbet up to snuff. Sorbet is alive again. We're gonna Hyper Potion Muck. Come on, Muck. Wait, 200? Ooh. This is 120 and Muck has 200. I really think that we might have to use a max. No, we're not using a max potion. Too expensive. Hey, Earl, are you excited for the Gen 4 remakes? I'm interested. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think it's gonna be great. BRB pretzel time. All right, go grab the pretzels. Oi, Ashley Rose, thank you so much for the 10 bits. Also, Ashley, thank you so much for the 10 bits yesterday. I think you were gone and I missed it. I missed thanking you yesterday. I'm sorry. That stuck with me.
I could feel the intensity of your battle with Lorelei, even from here. Now it's time to show off the power of fighting type Pokemon who I've been training. Just as hard as you've trained your team, surely. Hooah!
Have a good pretzel bath, Alchemic. Ew, pretzel bath.
No water, only salt.
It's a pretzel bath, as defined by the Merriam-Webster dictionary, is whenever one fills up a bathtub entirely with giant pieces of salt, and then you have to jam your feet into it and get completely underneath the salt, and then you grab from the adjacent bin that's next to every bathtub the pretzels that are pre-buttered, that are sitting in a butter bath, and then you dip them into the salt that you're sitting in, and then you eat them freshly salted using your salt water, which has no water at all in it. Don't open your eyes under the salt, please do not. Please do not open your eyes underneath the salt under any circumstance. Same thing happened when Revenant was first added. People kept getting affected by his tact even when it wasn't present. What? I was just like, shut up. His tactical's just floating around. Oh yeah, he's got an earthquake that can kill me immediately. That's too bad. Poor Pika. Oh. We could do Sheldon, but it's only got bite or water moves. Sorbet is water, but we can't do Cabbage Frog because... Oh wait, no, it's fighting now. It's fighting. For some reason, I thought it was ice. Okay, so this is water and fighting. So we need to use flying and something that could deal with water. Cabbage Frog doesn't have any fighting moves. We can't use Sam, so I think Sorbet is the best one for this again. Here we go. You got a kitty Oliver, a cat tree, fit for a king, a giant cat tree. Oh my gosh. I had a giant cat tree for my cat too. He loved it. I hope that Oliver loves the cat tree. It's gonna get hurt. Mmm, soggy pretzels, yummy. Snoopus, everybody loves a soggy pretzel. Now the real question is, which one's better, you guys? Hard pretzels or soft pretzels? It's time to get into the serious discussions, you guys. This is the stuff that they don't want us talking about. This is the stuff that they try to censor me for. What is it gonna be, you guys? Soft pretzels or hard pretzels? I buy hard pretzels 100% of the time. 100% of the time, I buy hard ones. That's the only thing that you can buy at the store. But soft pretzels are the bomb.com, and they are by far the best. They are by far the most delicious. But for whatever reason, they are kept back from us. Where can you buy a soft pretzel? Nowhere, that's where. I think that you might be able to get them from Costco, actually. There goes Sam. I'm literally repeating history. Repeating history. I could have kept the bird and just done the flying moves. What can he do against Sorbet? We're kind of just grinding cash, but still frustrating. Frustrating that I'm just doing the same stuff. Soft prezzies can win. Soft prezzies are the best. Oh wait. Oh, the poll's actually going on. Ooh. I want to vote. What? The streamer can vote? Ridiculous. There was a time where I thought that mods couldn't even vote for a little while, right? Soft pretzels from New York City are the bomb. Specifically, New York City has the best pretzels of them all. Oh, I think this is still gonna be good against the golem. I think it's gonna be a good move. Zoom! Oh wait, no, this happened exactly last time, then it killed me. Wow, I wonder if we can look back on a clip of this match. I think that we're literally doing it exactly the same. Except for this time, wait, no, I had Sheldon last time. Can I wash him away with a scald? You never ate pretzels, really, Edward? Never had any pretzels? I love hard pretzels, soft pretzels, flying is weak against rock. Did I switch to that bird? I thought that he threw this guy out while I was flying. I couldn't help but die. I was in the air, right? Pretty sure. Was I in the air already? Dang! God, he's rock. Can't I kill him with the scald? I think I can. Hey, what's up, baby A10? Hi there. Hi there, baby. I'm sorry, did you miss me saying hello? I apologize. Baby A10. I said hi whenever you jumped to the chat. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. No, you're all right, Di. You're right. You're right. I'm horrible with type matchups. Don't know why I struggle so hard. Maybe it's because I'm so distracted. Now, I know that this guy's going to have something to kick Cabbage Frog. What the heck? There's a raid? Breezy on it. Oh, my God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, Breezy's Friendos. What's up? Oi, 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 oi. Breezy and Friendos, thank you so much for jumping into the chat. Yo, 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 yo. Welcome. Hi there. My name's the Earl of Suds. I'm playing some Pokemon right now. How are you guys doing? I don't know what y'all are doing, but I'm sure that it was amazing. I love our friendo, Breezyonic. I hang out in their chat pretty often. Even if I'm sneaky and you haven't seen me before, I'm there. Hi, everybody. What's up? We're just, we're finishing up this Pokemon game. We're about to actually go shiny hunting for a shiny Ditto, but I'm trying to get some some moolah.
Apparently this
Thank you so much for continuing that sub that was gifted to you, Breezy. You totally deserve. Breezy is a stream friendo, so gets the stream gift from Alchemic. Thanks for coming into the chat here, Breezyonic. It's so nice to see you again. Yeah, we're fighting the Elite Four right now. The big battle's going on. The big battle. Also, thank you so much for the follow, Jenny Tracer. I appreciate it. Hi there. Everybody that hasn't seen me before, I'm a wholesome, family-friendly streamer named the Earl of Suds or Kenny. You could call me whatever you want. And I stream almost every single day, a variety of games. So today we're playing Pokemon. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Subnautica. It's just whatever I find enjoyable, whatever is a hype game that we can play together, whatever we get good vibes from, that's what we play. But I'm not good at Pokemon. I'm not good at type matchups. You guys, how was the stream? What were y'all playing? Were you playing Animal Crossing? I didn't see it. Let me scroll up. A Hat in Time. What? A Hat in Time. You mean the like smug dancing game? That's the only thing that I know about Hat in Time. I've heard that it's good. But I've never played even a second of it. I've never even watched any of it. Are you gonna keep playing it, Breezy, on it? Because I want to watch you play it, so that I can figure out what's going on. You started with Animal Crossing, and then you defeated Blue Fire, then started your first playthrough of Hat in Time. Oh my gosh, that's a lot. You're gonna keep playing it? I want to see it. It looks fun, but I was super scared off by 3D platformer. 3D graphics on a 2D, it's a 2D platformer, right? Essentially. It's got no like real depth to it. I thought that it was 2D, but with 3D graphics, and that scared me away. But it still looks good. Not too much depth. Oh, I see. Hard Pretzels won? Who voted Hard Pretzels? Soft Pretzels are clearly superior. It's 3D, really? Huh. Not much depth. Well, it looks fun. I guess I just haven't gotten around to it. I don't know. The character's very cute. I like the smug dancing, so I should probably check it out. Hard Pretzels are cringe. How dare you? Hard Pretzels are delicious. Hard Pretzels are most of what I eat anyway. Machamp. If only we could fly. That's what we need. It was rigged by you accidentally. Oh, bah! Di, what did you do? How did you rig it? You broke it. I can't believe it. Di just cheated, and we had a poll that was going on saying hard pretzels or soft pretzels. All right, since Di cheated, Breezyonic, do you like hard pretzels or soft pretzels more? Also, I don't want to keep you. If you need to go get some water or food, don't let me keep you here. Unless, but first I've got to hear. Is it gonna be hard pretzels or soft pretzels? Which one's the winner? Winner pretzel dinner. That's tough, depends on my mood. Also, bonus answer, pretzel bun. Pretzel bun on a hamburger or something. You like both? Breezyonic. How dare you? You have to take us out. What's the difference? Listen, if you want a soft pretzel, first, you've got to take your pretzels and you've got to put them in water. Let them soak for a little while, let them soak up a lot, and then you've got to very, very carefully grab them with some clompers, and you have to put them into an air fryer, and then you have to cook them, but just the right amount. Don't cook them too much, otherwise you'll ruin it. You'll ruin the effect of the big, delicious, soft pretzel. Warm and soft is always the best pretzel. Yummy. Machamp, don't you freaking do it. Oh no. They could probably kill me with one hit. Oh. You think you've only had a hard pretzel? Arisa? We're gonna have to change that. You've got to try a proper nice soft pretzel. They're delicious. Okay, second leg of my journey. See you soon. What? Calico, are you texting and driving? Don't you dare. Don't do that. I won't judge you, A-Star, the little round ones. Wait, what did he say? Evil Lashy, you say warm, soft pretzels are the way. I agree. That's the way. Don't judge me. A-Star, I eat hard pretzels all the time. I just like soft pretzels better. But I can't buy them. I don't know where they come from. The best person to fight this would maybe still be Pikachu. Can I get like a Pikachu bonus? Pikachu sure hit move? Wait, what? Pika-pa-pow? What? What was that? That was the shaky hand move. That was the shaky move. Have you seen that little Pika that's like dancing? That has the controller? That's the shaky move.
Dang. Good girl.
I didn't know that we could do that. I kind of forgot about that. I'm surprised that an electric move killed that Pokemon like that. What that is, Dai, is that is baby mode. Baby mode activated, which is how I feel about Gigantamaxing, by the way. Artsy Panda, soft pretzels for you? Nope. Warm, soft pretzels are delicious. You can get them from Quick Trip, but they're like $3 or something. The best ones you get are warm pretzels made by your local Amish market. Ah, yeah. Those Amish might not know anything about computers, but they sure know their pretzels. Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee will probably be able to attack us in all ways, but you know what? Pikachu's too powerful. It's his partner power. What is Eevee's partner power? You have snap pics of this Pokemon, the one with the 4 arms. Oh, the Machamp? You mean you saw it on the beach, right, Diablo Queen? That's where Machamp, I saw them first. Is on the alternate route of or no, it wasn't on the alternate route. It was on the primary route of the beach one, where you go off the beach and into the water. He's hiding behind those rocks. Gigantamax ruined Little Cup battles. I very much dislike. Ooh. Hitmonlee's a killer queen. Yes, at the beach there's a Hitmonchan that's like flexing over there with like a crab or something, I forget. But yeah, Pokemon Snaps are right. I don't think that we're gonna play it anymore. It's Tank Top Day, Tank Top Thursday. You've never heard of it, Tatted Cat? It's a classic on this stream. We've had it for years. Also, watch me destroy these Gingers with one move, you guys. One quick trick. One quick trick that may surprise you. One easy move that you would never guess. One Pokemon to rule them all. We're going to destroy all of A-Star's best friends. A-Star's favorite Pokemon, I'm sorry. A-Star, we're about to have to school Gengar, but you'll get to see him at least twice, I think. Unless it well, you know, it might have changed the battle a little bit, come to think of it. Might be a little bit of a fresh battle. I'm kind of scared. Muck looks healthy. A-Star. Pikachu wants to... Oh, I thought that Pikachu wanted to play. You feel targeted? Wait, but you like Gengar. Did you put a target on your head, A-Star? This character has like 2 or 3 Gengars. So that's just me remembering what you like. Oh, Grunge Scream, we'll see you later. Hey, I'm glad that you had a fun time. One of the OGs. Yo, it was nice to see you, my friend. Also, hi, Tatted Cat. You say that because you're wearing one at 67 degrees out. That sounds really comfy. The VV Volley looks cool. VV Volley's cute. That's a cute sound, I like it.
It's not in my character to lose over and over. Give this battle everything you've got. Ah! I'm going to use the power of Old Lady and try to defeat you with my hair curlers. I'm going to beat you to death with my cane. And just wait till I use my screeching power of my hearing aid.
Ow, my ears.
That's right. My ears can't be affected by that sound. I can't even hear it. Just wait till I hit you with my oxygen canister that I rolled in here. Oh, you're in big trouble.
Oh, I should have put Muck as my first one. Oh. Snake. Snakes. Snake. Snake. Snake, 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 snakes, snakes, snake, snakes, snakes. What is the snake? It's poison, which grass is good against? What is the snake? Well, yes, it's poison, certainly. Almost everything's poison that she has, but what's the other thing that it is? Pokemon Earl, more like... Hey, what the heck? How are you doing? What up? Pokemon Earl, more like really. You'll enjoy this Pokemon stream. You're gonna really like this. You're gonna surely like. OT. How are you doing? What's up, my friend? What's You can do it, Earl. Okay. Pokemon Earl? More like Surly. Surly, you'll enjoy this. Oh, surely. Surly, you'll enjoy this Pokemon stream. There it is. Hooray! Odie, it was actually better. I should have just read it. Hey! OT, you sweet bean. It's nice to see you, my friend. Oh, having OT in the chat. What a blessing. Love you, OT. Ooh, don't tell anybody in the chat what I posted. Don't tell anybody what I posted. That's a secret. That's a secret. Not for anybody else. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I did hint about it. Wait, your subscriptions aren't in the teens. What? No, not yet. Not yet. It's not that late. OT, this is an early. We started early. We started on time. We started on time. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What's good against poison? What are you supposed to do? OT, you're already on the board of good beans. You're over there on the board, right here. Right here. This means already 2 supported. Human 1. Human 1 and OT. Okay, so what is... What? Arisa, what is that for? The subscription is good against poison. I don't think so. I don't think that's true. I don't think Muck is going to be any good. Dark. Dark's not good against poison. What am I supposed to use? Water? No, not water. Water can't do it. It's the only emote that I have. What is the... Are you saying that the is to... I say that the is to don't tell me what's good against poison? How dare. One topic. Thank you for the lurk. Hey, I appreciate it, my friend. At the end of almost every single stream, I get to say goodnight to my streamer friends that are lurking in the background. OT's always lurking in the background. Kuri's always lurking in the background. The Crane couple is almost always there. It's just very sweet to see their names and get to say goodnight. So I think I'm gonna use Shelby. Steel isn't affected by poison? Really? Ground, rock, ghost. Really? Maybe that's what I had the Onyx for. That's probably what it was, Clay. I probably had an Onyx for this. Ground, rock, ghost. I don't have any of those right now. I don't think that any of these have a ground. I don't think I have any of those moves between all of these. So I guess I'm gonna pick the one that I think will retain the least damage. So I think I'm gonna do this. Go Pokemon! Hooray! You know Crane couple? They rated me last night. They're so sweet. After their super cool stream that got me thinking. I mean, IRL streams. That's awesome sauce. Just thinking about it. It's so expensive. I wonder how they did that. Maybe they just accepted that sometimes the camera's just gonna go out. Because I know if you have like a super reliable one, I'm pretty sure that's expensive. I'm not sure. What's the chat overlay at the bottom of the stream? Is it a stream game? What is it, please? Jenny, it's called Stream Avatars. You can get it on Steam. You can get it on Steam, and if you're wondering whether or not I like it, I think I have like, how many 100 hours have I run Stream Avatars? I used to run it all the time, but now I only run it for special occasions. 634 hours. So there's my review right there. I am a crab. Really? I am. Wow. Wait, you can change it to whatever you want. OT, you can change it. Where are you? Oh, A-Star is Gengar right there. I think that you're the only Gengar. Also, Breezionic is a Tooth Cloud Pokemon. What were we saying about? I'm trying to remember his name. Coughing, wheezing. Oh, he's a Corphish. Who is this one? Oh my gosh, Artsy Panda. Is that I can't remember its name. We caught one yesterday. They're so cute. They're Poliwhirl. So this is Poliwag. Oh, Poliwag. Cute. There's one topic. You are a crab. You're Corphish. But you can change it to whatever you want. Zoom. Also, look, there's a bot. The bot right here, streamer page Discord. Stupid bots. If I could just remove them. but they want to stay. I can't really do anything with this, unfortunately. I think that I might let him take a hit, because the next one is Dragon. I don't think that we can fight Dragon right now. You think that you're a Ditto? I'm a Ditto too, Leela. But you can change it if you want to. Oh, Animal Crossing Allie, welcome to the chat. Hey, Allie, how are you doing? Those little Pokemon at the bottom always make you smile. I know, they're so cute. Some of them are cute. Some of them are big time ugly. But that we used to have, whenever I used to do this more often, there are these horrible Pokemon called Wailords that are ridiculously big, and almost there were like 17 people in the chat that switched to Wailord and blocked up the entire screen, and we couldn't see anything. So I have disabled it. There is no more. There's no more Wailords. You're a Magikarp? Oh, I'm zombie food. Pretty swaggy. Pretty swaggy. Sag. I also think that Gonda gave like either gifted subs or a donation based on how many Wailords there were. Wailord is adorable. You hush. It was just too large. It wasn't a bad Pokemon. I don't mind Wailord. It was just too big. You couldn't see anything. It was blocking up the whole thing. Withdraw Arbok? Really? Arbok? Really? You're always Dragonair? Beautiful. Dragonair's beautiful. Also, new Marowak over here. This is all upgraded. Oh, it's all upgraded. I don't know how to fight any of these now. They're all so fancy and high level. This guy is, I guess, poison. The last time that we fought it, I'm pretty sure that we used Pikachu and water? Yeah, fire ghost. I definitely can't leave Cabbage Frog here because it's gonna die. Its next attack is gonna be water, but Sheldon's down. Hopefully it's not so bad that it kills Pikachu. We'll have to see. It's definitely gonna do a, a fire move. It's gonna do a fire move. Let's see if Pikachu can hack it. Can you do it, Pika? It's a high level. High level, killed it, one shot, nice. Wasn't even effective. Oof. Well, we don't have our water Pokemon. Fire's good against ice. Fire versus fire is gonna be not good for that. Still, maybe we should revive our Blastoise, but dang. It's like they've got my number with every one of these. Can we really beat all of these? They might not even have a Gengar on their team now. I'm not good at this game. We lost against Mewtwo, and now I can't beat the Elite Four again. I just want to hunt for shinies. Don't make me play the actual game. And I've only got one revive left. Maybe I should just stick it out and see what happens. Yeah. How do you like the bone on fire? Well, it's a ghost, obviously. That's the spirit of its two parents. On one side of the bone is the spirit of its mother. On the other side is the spirit of its father. And it wields both the feminine and male side of the Marowak species. In its one hand, it holds both. You could try to wing attack it. Gengar is the staple of her team, and usually her strongest Pokemon, if memory serves correct. We could beat Gengar almost in one hit last time. Oh, it was one shot? Yeah, it was one shot with Muck. Muck just wrapped him. Bye-bye. See you later. None of these are good against this, but I don't feel like anybody else is going to survive Marowak's power. You're a Machamp? Ooh, strong. Well, bye-bye. It's got a rock slide. I didn't know that they had that. That's too bad. Well, at least we got two people's worth of money, but I think that we're gonna cut our losses. Because oof. Because big oof. It's Ghost? Is Dark good against Ghost? We're about to find out. It is very good against Ghost. Nice. Okay, so that's what we should have switched to immediately. I will try to remember that. Muck is the one. Cause it seems like, yeah, she's ghost and poison. Good job not reading what's next. We definitely can't poison it with a sludge bomb. And I don't think that Dark's any good against Arbok, right? Shaky, shaky. Man, you're kicking Muck's butt. How dare. Snap. Wow, actually not bad. Not bad. Is Muck just the GOAT? About to send out Wheezing. I kind of want to switch just to heal up Muck. Wheezing, eh? Sorbet gets Wheezing? Must be Freezing versus Poison? Wheezing has sludge bombs and stuff, but what else can it do? I don't remember any of these stinking Pokemon. I haven't got to have a Wheezing, so I haven't been studying it. I'm not allowed to have it because it's a version exclusive. It's a version exclusive of Eevee. Did Kenny say Freezing versus Wheezing? Freezing and Wheezing. I don't think it's good against it. Thunderbolt? What? Does Wheezing have Thunderbolt? Oh, Freezing versus Wheezing's not too bad. Fire? What? Since when does it have fire? Since when is it a fire Pokemon? What is with all these extra moves? These Elite Four just have all of the moves. That's ridiculous. I know, fire. Just what? Poison cloud Pokemon that looks like one of those dryer roller things that you could put in your dryer to, I don't know what they're for. I think that they're for scenting the clothes. But that versus, it can shoot fire out of it since when? They're putting moves on you, I know. And there's a few of these Pokemon that have 3 different types of moves. 3 totally different types. It's ridiculous. It's not fair. Let's use our Hyper Potion. Elite Four have hacks. These especially now that they're upgraded. They're even more powerful. Ivy Rose, hey! And Ivy's flexing their new emote. Oh yeah, Ivy, you've got the new Bonka mode. Hey, 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 hey. How are you doing, Ivy? Oh, hello, hello. It's almost Friday. Almost Friday. Almost. Yes, bonk him if you got him. Has anybody got the bonks? The streamer's very bad at Pokemon and deserves bonks on the head for being bad. For being bad.
All right, let me try to. Lightning.
Okay, so Wheezing has lightning, fire, and very likely poison as well. And Crunch is no good against it, or not very good. Can we just scream in its face with Screech? Just yell at it. Uses Screech. The Earl uses Screech. It's super effective. Oh, it's close to dead. It's too late though, you guys. It's too late. It's time to cut our losses. We got two people defeated, so we're getting better. Slowly but surely. Maybe the rest of them are Gengars. Maybe there's just 3 Gengars. So then we can just kill them all. Aw, streamer's trying his best. It's not his fault that type matchups confuse him. I think it is, but now you're very sweet. He's melting under the pressure. Elite Four? There's too many of them, and they're too difficult. Okay, this is a poison bat. I think it is a dark type. Isn't it dark? Dark flying? Or is it, maybe it's poison flying? That's too late now. I have a Golbat. Is it flying poison? Or is it not poison? Because some of these aren't poison. Some of them aren't even spitting out the... Hey, what? Bonked? How dare? Is that you, Jess? Who just anonymously bonked me on the head? That hurt. Ow! No, I have a headache. It's flying poison. And electric is good against flying. Yeah, so we should have used Pikachu next time to kill Golbat. All right. All right, so we're learning, you guys. We're learning. Now, the real question is, do we have the... We're making enough money, right? Because we got 20,000... We just got like more than $20,000 from that battle. So now that we've learned more, we should be able to, we have like the exact same amount of money. A-Star, we'll see you later, my friend. Oi! I hope to see you for below zero. It's gonna be awesome, Sauce. Looking forward to it, my friend. New game. It's gonna be awesome. I'll see you there, friendo. IRL backpacks are rented by the week? IRL backpacks. Oh yeah, you can rent them? Do they include service? I just don't. I also, the other thing that I was thinking about, Alchemic, whenever I was thinking about IRL streams, is that I came to the realization that I don't do anything. So I would have to. So I would have to become a different person to IRL stream, because I don't go anywhere or do anything. So I would have to specially plan that. That would have to be like an exclusive thing. I'd have to try to do that, because I don't go anywhere. So it would be maybe more work. Maybe more work than the Crane couple, because maybe they do things. Oh, Vanny Wonderland, how are you doing? Hey, listen, I've been outside one time this week. What if you had 2 lone earrings? Then you would have a pair. Then they wouldn't be alone anymore. I don't want to sell these though. I don't want to sell them. Super Repel? Who wants to repel a Pokemon? Not me. I'm selling these. Bye-bye, Repel. There's no reason to repel Pokemon in this game. Who's repelling Pokemon in this one specifically? Oh, Edward Ed, you're going to bed? All right. I did not mean to make that rhyme. Edward, we'll see you later. Get some rest. Thanks for hanging out with us, my friend. Hope you have some good sleep. Some good schlep. I think this is one of these are mostly gifts from Pikachu, so I don't want to sell them. Yeah, I'm not gonna sell all the cute things that Pikachu has sent me. $800, we'll do that. But 2 is lonelier than 1? What? What? 2 is lonelier than 1? Could you please explain what the heck you're talking about? He does not know the song. I do not know the song. Explore the wild west of Texas. Do a Germa stream. Just go out and do like the rocks of Texas. We could go to the Paladuro Canyon. You want to go to the Paladuro, everybody? We'll take a look at all the snakes crawling around. We can go see if we can find some snakes. We can go look at bushes. We can go look at our best canyon that we got in all of Texas. How about that? Paladuro. I think I've sold everything that I have. And if I wanted to go hunting right now, how many balls would I be able to buy? I don't think that I have enough. Oh, that's very sweet, Vanny. Thank you for the well wishes. I've had a great day. Today has been pretty splendid. Thank you for asking. Today's been good. It's been a nice day. I tried out doing makeup today for a stream that's coming up soon. So I'm feeling confident. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully I'll get my moderator application done by the end of today. I got kind of distracted. Got a little bit distracted, so I didn't quite finish it. Let's see, I've got Paralyze, Heal, Ice, all of that. Hyper Potions. Oh, it's revives that I need more of. Yeah, because I used up all of my revives. 1 is the loneliest number that you ever knew. 2 can be lonelier 1. It's the loneliest number since it's the number 1. Wait, what? Oh, are you saying it's because 1 is the loneliest number? So if there's 2 1s, if there's 2 1s, then that's a maximum loneliness. That's really stupid. It's a song. It's a dumb song. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's a no-go. Okay, I've got 5 revives. Let's see if we can try to not kill anything. Ivy, you want to rehook up your PlayStation to your bedroom TV so that you can play more Harvest Moon? Ooh. Harvest Moon like one of the old games? Or do you mean like not the first PlayStation? Or do you mean the first PlayStation? Okay, we got some revive. La 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 la. All right, let's see if we can do minimum revives and earn some money. We need some money because I want to be able to catch all of the Dittos. And how long have we got? We've still got enough time to do shiny hunting. Not a valid user. Thank you for the luck. What I really need is a memory. Thank you for the good luck. Hooray!
Hooray for the good luck.
Now, what's next? What's the first thing that they do? They put out Seal first, I believe. So there's Seal, there's Lapras. Okay. I'm gonna start out with this. Harvest Moon One World. You actually really like the game? One World. I only know that the Harvest Moon game that I've heard like whining about was called like Light of the World or something. It was like called like Half Light or the Light of Progress or something like that. Like the new most recent one. I heard that wasn't very good. Nah, you don't need sleep, kitty. Oh no, I don't sleep. Sleep is for the weak, certainly. I don't like sleeping. It's not really my style. It's not really my thing. I'm not crazy about it. I try to minimize it, generally speaking. Can't help with the memory bits. Luck is all we got. Oh no. Not a valid user. Thank goodness. I'll take whatever I can get. Listen, if I can't be good at this game, I at least want to be lucky. Also, let's remember that Pikachu's got a mega attack. It's 2:45 a.m. your time. Want to talk about that? Raz. Oh no. That's about time for me to start going to bed. Raz. No. The Light of Hope. That's the one before that one. Harvest Moon One World is the newest game. Oh, the newest one. I didn't read what was next. I think that it's that cloister Pokemon, which is water and ice. It's a tricky one, and I don't think that I have anything good against it, right? Oh, it's your boy. Oh, it's the Alolan Sandslash? Oh, okay, then it's Sam that we're supposed to do this. I need to read these. I'm reading the chat way too much. Raz, how are you doing? Oi! I know how you're doing. It's 3 a.m. There's only one way to do at 3 a.m. All right, we're gonna fry him in one shot. We're trying to optimize our battle here. I don't think that they can keep upgrading the Elite Four, so I feel like eventually we're just gonna be able to crush it, because I'll know what's next. Okay, I'm reading what is next. Sam grew up. Samuel. Next one is, oh, Sheldon. Sheldon's a big boy too. My favorite Pokemon ever says I'll burn my favorite ice Pokemon. I'm so sorry. I apologize. It's only 7:46 there. It's only, Clay, it's even earlier for me. It's 6:46 here. We got plenty of time to find ourselves a shiny goop. A shiny goop monster. So next is Cloyster. And that's water and ice. Cabbage Frog's no good against that. Pikachu's good against everything. Sheldon doesn't have, the bite doesn't do anything for Sheldon. No, because it's ice, and ice will destroy Cabbage Frog. We could do Sorbet, even though I think that the Hydro Pump on the Cloyster is too powerful. I think that it's too powerful, and Muck can't do anything against it besides poison it. So I think that we gotta let Pikachu take care of this. Pikachu's got electricity that's good, but that Hydro Pump does a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage. I think. Hearing you go through type matchup is really nice. It is, Dai. Is it only satisfying because you've seen me suffer for so long? Oh, it's a blizzard. Jeez. It could kill me with one more blizzard. What am I gonna do against Cloyster? Man, what is this? This is just the one that has my number, huh? I don't have anything good. You think Slippy Slap? Little Slippy Slap, little Brippy Brap, little Zippy Zap, little Floaty Fall, little Bubbly Float. Okay, Pikachu avoided the attack because Pikachu's cheating. Because Pikachu's a cheater, that's why. Hooray! These are all goofy Raz because this is my mascot. You're right. It's because of the mascot Pokemon That's why there's so many goofy names. Because they're the special attacks that you can teach them. There's Hydro Pump hacking. Pikachu's #1 hacker. Okay, we win. We can win now. Thank goodness. This is the matchup. It's just Pikachu and get lucky. All right. Oh, you know? Hey, I know. I play Let's Go Eevee. That's what we're gonna play next. But I've got some games that we're gonna play before it. But we're gonna collect them all. What's next? Jinx. How did we fight Jinx last time? I'm pretty sure that we used Pikachu. We've also flamethrowered Jinx, and that worked pretty good, I think. I think the flamethrower is pretty effective, and I don't want Pikachu to get knocked out by anything. Jinx uses Psychic, which is relatively good against Pikachu. I tried using Water, and it was crappy. Fighting's garbage. I think that the Flying was good. But yeah, I think that we're going to switch to Sam. Yeah, want to set her on fire? Here's one quick trick. Use a flamethrower on the perpy Pokemon. I have something that resists Psychic? Really? Psychic? Whenever I think of Psychic, the only things that I can think of are like Dark. Is that the opposite of Psychic? Psychic, maybe Rock? Or Grass? I don't remember what's good against Psychic. I can't remember. Dark types are not affected as much. Dark is? I don't have a Dark Pokemon, I don't think. I have one that has Dark moves, but I think that is Muck Dark? Whoa! I thought that Muck was only, I thought it was only poison. Hey, Alisar! Yo, with 19 months! OG gang! Holy moly. Alisar! OG, absolutely month #1 right there. Alisar with the 19 months of subscription. The maximum that anybody could support is what the Earl of Dragon has done. Thank you so much for supporting me since the very beginning, my friend. Man, the streams have changed a lot. We were talking about earlier streams and some old clips were showing up. Alisar, it's been a long time. Dang. Way back. Oh, dang, what's the next one? How many Pokemon are left? Oh, dear. Oh, no, I didn't read. This is why I can't. Oh, Amazing Dragon. Yeah, I think that Jinx just missed. Alisar, thank you so much, my friend. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here for so long. That's what's so impressive. What's so impressive is that Alisar has been chilling with me for this entire time. Oh, boy. Friendos from way back when. Oh, and it's Celestial Kitten. How are you doing? What's up? Thanks for all the kitten pictures. They're adorable. Oi, 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 oi. Celestial Kitten. I didn't see what's next. I know for a fact that there is one Pokemon that's going to show up. It's Lapras? I thought it might be Lapras. Because that's their last one, I think. Lapras is tough as heck. Tough as nails. What did I use against Lapras last time? Electricity works great, but I could have swore that I had to switch off of Pikachu because it got beaten up. Oh, that's what I meant. Alisar is the Amazing Dragon. Alisar is the Amazing Dragon. It's true. Critical hit. Blizzard. What did I use against Lapras last time? I think that we can kill it just so long as we get either a crit hit or this. Let's see. Can we zippy zap it to death? Nice. All right. Thank goodness. You looked at a clip to see what it was? Ivy, are you kidding me? You just clicked the clip thing and then just rewound it? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Ivy. I appreciate it. You confirmed. You confirmed suspicions. Okay, Slowbro. I can fight with Pikachu, but it's tough. I might have to help this thing out. Hey, Sky, what's up? What's up, Sky the Rose? Hope you're having a good day. Hello? Hello? What am I gonna do? If it's Slowbro, I don't really have anything that could fight it, I don't think, because it's definitely icy. It's got ice, and it has some other surprise move that bothered me last time, I think. Maybe I'll just leave it as Pikachu and just heal them? See what happens. We'll just leave Pikachu out. Pikachu, you the boss. You're the boss. Slowpore's also psychic. Yeah, I think that it was using psychic moves last time, and it wasn't too powerful. As long as it does its psychic moves, I think we'll be okay. And we've got enough to health ourselves up. You're gonna feed your BB beans and then wait for your tacos to arrive? Ooh, where'd you order tacos from? Local place? Tacos delivered, what a thought. I don't think I've ever had tacos delivered. Water? Really? I feel like we can survive one more attack. I feel like I'm gambling here a little bit, but I think that we can. I'm like the least impressive Pokedex in the world. You what? Questionable memory. Oh yeah, it put Pikachu to sleep last time. But will it fall asleep before I can attack? Oh. All right, sweet. Dark, grass, bug, and electric work well against it? Ah, I see. The problem is that my only grass Pokemon would obviously get kicked, get its butt kicked by that ice move. So I guess grass probably isn't good against it, eh? Probably just dark and bug.
I may have lost to you, but I'll never give up on my ice-type Pokemon.
Why don't you get more varied Pokemon, you goofball? Celestial, you said, Taco Bell, you're cheap and wanted tacos. Taco Bell's pretty good. I like Taco Bell tacos. Normally, whenever I go to Taco Bell, I just get that 12-pack. Time to go to the fighting elite. Time to fight fight the Elite 5. Your Eevee is a simple gal. Double edge. Quick attack. Double kick and bite? What? Those are all boring attacks. Those are not fun. Pikachu is like the Swiss Army knife of Pokemon. Swiss Army knife. Let's see. Speaking of, we should health her up. Just get ready. Yep, we got the 12-pack. Yep, I love getting the 12-pack. Just all of them. No tomatoes, no cheese. That's how I eat my Taco Bell tacos. Oh, I didn't set up what's first. Oh, I forgot to switch me Pokemons. Oh dear. Umbreon's your favorite Pokemon? Sky. I wish that Umbreon was in this game. That's one of my favorite evolutions. Unfortunately, in this game, there's only Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon, I think. If I give her Dig, she'll end your Pika. What? I wouldn't use Pika against her. No, you wouldn't. Espeon for you? Is Espeon the one with ribbons? I don't think it is. Espeon is a psychic, right? And then the one with ribbons is... Which one? Goodion. Oh, that's Sylveon. I like the one with ribbons. The one with ribbons is the prettiest one, and also has a really cool shiny. Muck is a big boy. You don't really know much about Pokemon? They're cute. That's what I know about it, Sky. They're cute. Poliwrath. Poliwrath is water and flying. Water and fighting. So we should be pretty good against it. I could use a water Pokemon, but all I've got is Blastoise. And they don't have a flying move, obviously. So Sam would be awful. Sorbet would be okay. Pikachu's decent too. But it's water against ice? Or water against electric? Isn't that like equally bad? Isn't that like equally ineffective? I mean, it's gonna be a big attack because it's a tough Pokemon, but I should just use my flight, I think. Just use some flying, see if that beats it up for its fighting. That's half of it. As long as it can survive. That wasn't even a critical hit either. Oh, it has Earthquake too! God bless. Hashtag bless. That's what happened last time. I forgot that it had... What kind of water fighting Pokemon has Earthquake? Now what? Just because it's got big strong arms, it can slam the ground and do an Earthquake? Your all-time favorite Pokemon is Charizard. Oh, Raz, I've got Charizard. You only know Pikachu, Meowth, Charizard, and Mewtwo. Ooh, well, you're going to see a lot of them then. Okay, Golem. Golem is fighting rock, so Scald that sucker, I think. We definitely can't use Pikachu because the rocks will bury that poor little electric rat. That electric rat is going to have a very shallow grave made by a golem. What's with it? It shoots like a beam of light whenever it gets here. Your home safe, by the way. Roommate is off at the fiancés. Might order Chinese for dinner. But Scotland, Chinese food? What?
Yummy! Scottish Chinese food.
Ooh, Golem got burnt. I think that we're gonna take him out. But you're home safe. Hooray! Calico, welcome home. Now you get to enjoy the whole place yourself. Mwah-ha-ha-ha. Anybody want to make a bet if the baby beans are gonna want to eat? I'm gonna bet no. Celestial Kitten, I don't know your cats at all. I don't know what kind of trainer thinks only about water weaknesses and not fighting weaknesses. Me. Okay, Hitmonchan. We should switch, right? Hitmonchan has like moves for everything. My most dispensable Pokemon should be Sorbet right now because next is Poison. And Sorbet doesn't have any special abilities for any of those, I don't think. So Sorbet is probably the most expendable at the moment. Next is Dragon, and I don't remember using Blizzard in that Dragon battle. Though it's possible that we use that. I think that we use Ice on... I can't remember. We use Ice on the big rock guy, right? You can do that, and you can use water, either one. Sag, expendable. No, I'm just saying the most expendable. I don't want it to die. I don't want it to die. It went first, so it missed twice. How does it miss it? How does it miss twice? It goes slow for this attack, and then it went fast for the other one? Do another fast attack. Is it because of how it jabs? So it does like one punch, and then the second punch is first? What? How does this work? It just traded perfectly for my fly. Because first I get to fly up before it attacks me, and then it attacks me before I hit it with the fly. It's not punching anything this round. Interesting. I hope that we can make it so that it doesn't kick us either. Let's see if we can do the same thing. Raz, please don't spam the same message twice, especially so quickly, because I can actually see up to I can see a ton in the chat. So sometimes it takes me a minute to respond to something, but please be patient. It's a speed match, unfortunately. Oh dang! It was a speed match, but this sucker's way faster. But it was your favorite Sock. I don't know who Sock is. Sock is another one of the fighting beans, right? Because I've seen them. Meeps, what's up? Meeps, it's been a while. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Meeps and Murps are both such fun names. This is fighting again. Let's switch back to Pikachu and just do a quick kill. Let's do a little quick karate chop. A little bit of karate chop action. Meeps, how you been, friendo? How's your birthday doing? Ooh, Hitmonlee didn't even get hit by anything. Did I miss the flight? What happened? Since when? Ooh, almost a one hit? Wow. Was that a fighting move? It wasn't even super effective and almost killed me. It's level 62 and I'm 68? What the heck? Oh, it has. You finished up your finals for the semester. Hey, congratulations, Meeps. Oh boy, Meeps. We're proud of you. Hooray! Finals finished. Thank goodness. Now you can breathe. Now you can breathe. Let us all breathe a deep sigh of relief for our friendo Meeps. Whew. Whew. Congratulations. Well done indeed. You got the binder that you ordered? Ooh, is it themed? What kind of binder did you get? I don't think that I own a single binder anymore. I own one folder. Jedi, what, you just did it? You just went to the chiropractor. Did you just go? I thought that you were saying that you need to go. Dang. All of the pops and cracks. Which is a fantastic YouTube videos, by the way. Oh yeah, a rock slide. I don't remember that. Oh yeah, the binder of Pokemon cards. That's right. That's right. I do have one binder. Dang it. Oh, I'm getting sloppy. Dang, I was too focused. Okay, time to focus. Time to focus up again. This guy's got rock, and he's got fighting. So flying is good against fighting. What else is good against fighting? Probably ghost or something. Chiropractor now works on the sky. Wow, amazing. It works on the sky. Chiropractor turned into meteorologist. What am I supposed to use against this guy? He's not rock type, I don't think. Otherwise, I'd use water. And I'm pretty sure that rock is good against plants, if I'm not mistaken. Dang it. Pikachu would be decent. I think that Pikachu's how we killed Mad Champ last time, but I don't have... Oh, I think I used my Mega Attack, didn't I? My partner push. I used my partner push abilities, but I think it might kick my... Oh, wait, no, it's got rocks. No, we can't use Pikachu. Dang it, I should have switched to that. Forgot that it had those stupid rocks. Ah! Sheldon would be fine for rocks, but it's a weak Pokemon, too. None of these Pokemon are high enough level. Ah! I just wanted to get some more points. Let me get to the poison lady. I don't have my Pikachu. Don't have my Pikachu cheats anymore. Ooh, earthquake paw, yikes. Sheldon's gonna cry. Don't do it. Sheldon, you could live. Scald him. Water against that stuff should at least be normal effective, right? And it could burn it too. Superpower crap. Oh, dang it. This is where all dreams go to die. The fighting matchup. Machamp. If I switch to Pikachu, I could probably pop off an attack really quick. You're in hot water now. Scalding even. The water that comes out of our water heater is so hot. It is almost scalding. It's not safe around here. I think we can pop off. Come on. Come on. Pika, finish him up. Zoom. There we go. Okay, at least we got our money. We need that money. Yo, it's too human-like. I don't like the human-like Pokemon dying. Hey, Lily Hobbs, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hey, Lily, thanks for the raid. Oi, Lily, how was your stream? I hope it was fantastic. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat, you sweet bean. Sweet Lily Bean. Hooray. Oi. Okay, now, if memory serves, we need to use Muck for everything. Muck, and then we need to zap the bat out of the air, and then Gengar is Muck again. So let me make sure that my team is looking extra fresh. Looking extra fresh and beautiful by waking up everybody. And I should not use anybody too difficult. TCG, is that trading card game? Were you opening up trading cards?
What? It's granny time. Hello. Hello there, children. You want me to beat you up with my Pokemon?
Oh, the online card game. Oh. Oh, I didn't even wake up Sorbet. I forgot about them. Does anybody else watch anime? I do. I've got an anime tattoo. So you could say I'm a mega nerd. Let's actually leave this the way that it is. Expendable to the extreme, not even rezzed. Won't even res them, they're so expendable. Oh, I thought the Pikachu thing bounced a little bit. I thought that it was ready to go. We need to switch this out and put Muck first. Muck is the master. Muck is our best Pokemon.
Hello. Yes. Ah, so you've come. It's not in my character to lose over and over. Give this battle everything you've got.
Have you heard of How to Keep a Mummy? I have, Sky. It's been suggested to me. It has been suggested to me, but I have not got around to watch it yet. It's supposed to be good. That's good, Lily. What did Lily say? You got your chase? Ooh, I don't know what that is. Also, no, I opened my cards yesterday and got Tyranitar V from Battle Styles. Chase? What is a chase? I don't know anything. Help! I think I remember the bite being decent against Arbok, right? Whoa! Yeah,
That's rough.
Hey, what's up? Thank you, Lex, for the sub. I appreciate it. 3 months of subs. Dang. Lex, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wait, she's telling us to beat her up again, even though we're supposed to respect our elders? Respect our what? Elders, she's so young and beautiful. I can't let Muck die. I cannot let Muck die. I have to kill Arbok with somebody else. And it's gonna do the same move, Earthquake, which won't affect Sam, I think. Because Sam is flying, right? It's not flying type though, so I think it will affect it, right? Is Sam actually literally flying? Revan, what's up? Oi! Revan, how are you doing? And Lex, thank you again for the 3 months with the new, fresh, delicious, incredible sub badge. A chase card is the card that you really like the one that you're going after. Oh, Sam is flying? I thought that it was only, is it really flying? Oh, it's just that it's not dragon. It's that it's not dragon. Sorbet has ice, and I don't think that that's good against poison. If I literally don't remember. You're doing it, lad. Oh, he is fire flying. Yeah, it's because he's dragon. That's the confusion. Okay, so he should do the same thing. Earthquake. Glare. Okay. Glare is just a paralysis thing. Not too bad. Sam gathered all of his energy and broke through it? Sam. Oh, goodness. Sam is breaking through paralysis with the power of love. With the power of love. Hey, whoa, hey, watch it. You better look out, that power of love is gonna get you again. Here it goes. Sam is paralyzed, but there's not enough love in the world. Lemonberry, hey, Lemonberry, how are you doing? Welcome. Oi. Oh, also, would love to say, but have to run some errands. Oh, Lily, no worries. I know that you were streaming. You gotta get out of here. Get out of here. Get yourself some rest. I mean, go get your stuff done. I mean, no rest for you. No rest for the streamers. No rest for the streamers. This guy is gonna pwn us. But I am scared to switch to Muck because Muck is a little bit weak, but it's still 96. I think that he's gonna do maybe a rock attack? We can't kill him in... Yeah, this is a rock attack. All right. That's not very good against Muck, but I need to heal up Muck. I don't think that Marowak has anything that can hurt Muck that much. I hope not. I don't want to use up all my potions right now. If you defeat Agatha and talk to her, she talks about how she found Pokemon Oak attractive. What? Professor Oak? Oh my. Oh my. Oh yeah, fire attack. Ooh, that's too bad. Fire attack. How did we deal with? I could have swore that we beat up Marowak with Muck last time. How did we beat him? How did we beat Marowak so easily with Muck? Because I know that this dark move is good against them. But maybe I should make Sheldon do it? But the Marowak is so tough. Oh, I almost killed him. Dang it. If only it had been a crit hit. Oh, no. Oh, we're going to have to revive Muck. Now, what? Muck, you blasted bean! Oh my gosh. Muck toughed it out so that we wouldn't be sad. Muck, finish him off! Boom! Cheating. Aw, what a good BB. I know. Muck stuck it out. Muck, what a sweet bean you are. Okay, Arbok. I think I was beating up Sam. Muck is a true buddy. What a sweet bean. You're planning on doing an Alice in Wonderland cosplay. Ooh. That sounds awesome, Sky. That's cool. I would love to do a, maybe someday I'll do a Mad Hatter. But that's too common. I don't know. Arbok, you're a roasted buster. Muck is a tank. Muck is super tough. Our Muck is fantastic. It's perfect for this battle. An absolute champion. Absolutely a champion. You can't decide between bunny ears or a bow? I say bunny ears. Bunny ears for the win. About to send out Arisa would know about Alice in Wonderland cosplay. What is Wheezing? Wheezing is poison, and it has a fire move. It has a rock. It's a fire move. It has a rock move, and it has a poison move. So rock is good against Sam. What's good against Sheldon? I don't think that there's any powerful moves against Sheldon, right? Pikachu would be hit by the rocks. Sorbet would be hit by the lightning because it also has lightning. It's a lightning attack. What about this one? What Cabbage Frog? Oh, you're gonna go watch a movie with your mom? So adios, everyone. Oh, we'll see you later, Leela. Enjoy your movie. What are you gonna watch? What's the movie of the night? It sounds like fun. I hope you enjoy. Wheezing is poison type. Use your ground type or psychic. Yeah, I don't have a ground type, and I don't have a psychic either. So that's a real good idea.
That's a good idea, but we don't have that. I think I'll go to switch to. I think I'm switching to Cabbage Frog because it's untouched.
Untouched. I'll do some pedal dance. Do some pedal dance a little bit. You made your own prop for the cosplay? Ooh, nice. Is there abilities in this game? Abilities? I think so, yeah. Well, we could have Mega Evolved. Ooh, it's pretty horrible attack right there. Not very effective. Also, I kind of forgot that it had fire. But still, it barely made it to half. Wow, Cabbage Frog tough. Ponyo is adorable. It is. You're thinking maybe Ponyo. Ponyo's fantastic. What a good choice. All right, sacrifice. Bye-bye, Cabbage Frog. Now I just need to have somebody that's faster. Pikachu, no doubt. Pikachu will be faster. Cosmic Awakening. Hey, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Cosmic Awakening. Happy Thursday. Let's use anything. Anything will do. Just so long as it's a good hit. You would never try to hug a Ponyard? A steel type? I would never hug a steel Pokemon. Okay, who's next? Gengar? It is Gengar. Oh snap, too bad A-Star's not gonna be able to watch us pwn Gengar. Muck is dead. Bisharp, oh thank you. You would be Bisharp or Bisharp? Which one, Dai? Dai, are you making a joke or did you spell it wrong? Let's use Big Daddy heals on Muck. Big Daddies. You always wait until A-Star goes to sleep before fighting Gengar? No. No, I don't wait to do that. I don't. No, I don't avoid Gengar. I was trying to win earlier. I didn't do that. It was Poke-punning. For once, I spelled it right. You just spelled right wrong. But I think you did that on purpose. You old jokester. Oh, boy. Gengar, what are you going to use poison against Muck? You fool. You fool. You just played right into my hand. Time to crunch your bones to make my bread. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, no, not another sludge bomb. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, that's too bad. One shot that Gengar. I don't care if you're an upgraded version, Agatha. You still suck. Golbat, eh? Time to zap it on the sky with Pikachu. I think Pikachu has got to be faster than Golbat, right? Delicious. You want to hug Mewtwo, but it's huge and would probably kill me. No! Mewtwo would embrace you. Mewtwo was, Sky, have you watched the Detective Pikachu movie? No spoilers, but you might change your mind on Mewtwo a little bit. You've returned with tacos. Beans have been fed against their will, but for their own good. Celestial Kitten, hooray! The beans have been taken care of. Leech Life. What was that? Leech Light? Are you stupid, Golbat? Is that your best move? Is that your best move, you big dummy? Rest in peace. Batty never had a chance. Oh, Muck's an even bigger boy. Time to sit down, Gengar. All right, time to switch it up. Time for Muck to clean up. Time for Muck to clean up these Gengars. Oh boy. It only takes one good hit. And Muck's even more powerful now. Maybe it can one-shot them. That was not a bat move. That was a good move. That wasn't bat. They did their very best. All right, come on. Your dazzling gleam is not enough. It's not enough, Gengar. You're not beautiful enough for me. Rest in peace, Gengar. You will be remembered, but only by a star. Pikachu grew to level 69. Not bad. We got $12,000. Okay, so let's speak to her.
Small wonder that the old-timer's taken such an interest in you. Oak and I used to be good rivals too, you know? Just like you and Stinky.
Well, what are you waiting for? Me and Stinky? How dare you compare yourself to me?
Well, what are you waiting for?
What, that's the lore? She said that they were rivals. Somebody's shipping characters again. Shaking my head. How does a ghost die exactly? Well, what you gotta do is that you put the ghost right under the heel of your boot, and then you kind of like wiggle it back and forth, and you just kind of crush it. You just kind of crush out that little ghost. Just crush it, send it to the next realm, you know? Just destroy it, powder it. Dragon. I don't think that we can beat these dragons. I don't think that we can do it. What Pokemon would Kenny be if he was isekai'd into a Pokemon world? We were talking about that. I don't know. I could be Psyduck. We were talking about that. Ice types. We've only got one ice type. We've got one extremely powerful ice type. We really got our butts handed to us last time that we fought in this battle. You got ice or fairy? Yeah, I've got ice. That's what I would use primarily, but a lot of these are not actually dragons. There's a big variety of enemies here. There's even like Charmander, not a dragon. Dragonair, I don't even think that that's a dragon. And this is 120. Fine for Muck. Fine for Pika. Actually, a little short for Pika. But the rest of these would be kind of wasted. Gonna leave that alone. Dragonair is dragon in this game? Oh, okay. There's not very many dragons here. It is, huh? Well, we could also switch our Pokemon if we wanted to, but I think that this might be the best that we can do. We cover the types pretty clearly, and we also remember flying is also weak against ice. Oh, flying is, huh? Oh, okay. Well, we also haven't fought the second version of this, so who flippin' knows what's gonna be next?
The newly updated reputation's really taken off.
Yeah, because they have some switches, so they might have some, like, Alolan versions or something. All right, Lance, what do you got for me? Seadra first. Same thing as before. And that's water? That's water and dragon? I think? Or somebody said that it wasn't even a dragon. Is this actually dragon type? I know that it's water, so I could electrocute it. Seadra's just water? That's it? But this Seadra has like a bunch of different attacks. So I'm kind of nervous about switching out Pikachu, but then again, they're use grass or electric. Yeah, I'll just use Pikachu. It becomes water dragon with a Kingdra. Oh, yeah, but Seadra is cool. Oh no, I agree. I feel like Clippy from Word. It's either you're trying to fight a dragon champion. Would you like some help? Clippy's the best. Clippy's the best. Be blessed. Zap zap. Why does your opponent look like he's from Twilight? He does. He definitely looks like an anime character. Pikachu avoided the attack. You guys, are we cheating? Pikachu, level 69, Savage. Level 69 monster.
Pikachu!
All right, now what's next, huh?
What's coming down the pike next? Okay, about to send out Aerodactyl. Should be good to zap them as well. Because they're probably dragon and flying. If they're even dragon. So we should probably just zap them out of the sky like the bird that they are. Tweet, tweet. Tweet, tweet, bye-bye. And we're gonna need some rock and flying? Oh no. Ah! Oh no, rock? You said it was rock? Oh no. Oh! Whoa! Pikachu didn't even save its own buns though. Rock and flying. Okay, Sorbet is probably the best. Because ice is good against rock, I think? I hope. Ground is not affected by flying types? You mean flying types aren't affected by ground? What? How did you hit me with rocks? Aw, dang it. I thought that it was going to do an earthquake again. Didn't it just do an earthquake? Gosh darn it. Why'd you switch your move? Oh, take a sip. Oh, thank you, Bugs from Safeway. Rock and flying. Well, I can't do rock with Sam. I don't think Muck is gonna be able to do anything. Pikachu's half dead. Captain Frog can't do anything either. So yeah, I think we're gonna just use Sheldon to just smack him in the face. Just finish him off. Just beat him up. I don't even think that this character Sheldon's very fast though. They might get wrapped anyway. Got a lucky avoid there. Thank you for the sips, Bugs. I needed it. My little brain's on fire. Why did you say Pikachu in a Yoda voice?
First, chew Pika.
What is Juggle Break? If you click Juggle Break to the stream ends, I just hit end stream. And then I juggle like off stream. But it's a good way to like, if you don't like who we're raiding, you can just click Juggle Break and then boom! The stream will be over before we raid. I think that was Gyarados, right? So we should do Pikachu, and then we should heal them up, I think. Or we could sacrifice a Pokemon. And heal up Pikachu. Oh, Lex, I'm glad that you enjoy them. That's very sweet of you.
I'm glad.
I'm very honored that you would want to hang out with me. I'm honored that any of y'all want to watch me play Pokemon. It's nice to be with y'all. Sacrifice, 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 sacrifice. Rest in peace. Should I use my big fancies? Should I use the fancy potions right now? Oh, but Pikachu might not even be good. Pikachu might not even win. Should I would feel so bad about using a fancy potion for that. It's only 182. This is 120. I'm just gonna do that. Too low. Juggle Break? Alright, we'll do it after this battle. After this battle, I'll do a quick Juggle Break. Oh wait, let me end the stream. Oh, not that good against Muck, but Muck only has well, maybe we should just, you know, toss a little sludge bomb over there, you know what I'm saying? Just try to poison this sucker. Just try to give him a little bit of poison before I leave. Bloop. Take that, Buster. Oh, what? No poison? I'm probably gonna use water again. Would be kind of funny to switch to Cabbage Frog just because water doesn't do anything. But I don't think that Pikachu's gonna be able to one-shot, and they might be able to kill Pika after 2 attacks. An electric Pokemon would be there in the same state as Gyarados, and it would faint? Huh? Wow! Think the Pikachu can kill it in one shot? With a Zippy Zap? Ooh, I don't think so. Let's try it. Ooh, nice! Pikachu for the win! Hooray! Well done. Well done, you sweet Pikachu. And next we have Executor, which is, we should definitely switch to Sam, right? And cook this sucker. Cook this sucker, yo. Although I think he might have rock attacks. I wonder if I need to get first hit on this, because I don't think that Charizard's very fast. Oh, it's on the Alolan one. That's awesome. Alolan big boy. Look at that neck. Look at that neck. And I don't have any proper potions to give to him. I'm just going to go for broke. Let's just flamethrower him in the face. Let's do our best. Do your best out there. Come on. Cook him. You ran out of full restores? Yeah, Lex, this Elite Four is tough. Cook him. Gremlin jump. What? I thought that it would be grass type. What the heck is this Executor made out of? What is that not a trunk? I'm confused. I thought that was the trunk of a tree. Is this not grass type? Why wasn't it super effective? It's grass dragon? What? But I burnt it. But I cooked it and it didn't work. This game is baloney. Baloney. Oh, well, we should have probably kept Sorbet, eh? Sorbet would have kicked butt in this battle. Ooh, this one was the one for Sorbet. This one was Sorbet's battle. That's too bad. Oh, what? It Dragon resists fire, so it balances? I didn't know that. Cantonese Executor was Grass Psychic? Yeah. Imagine Sorbet being important. I know, first time, right? It's strange. So if it's, you said that it was grass, so I'm gonna switch to Cabbage Frog and revive my ice bird. Revive me old ice bird. And hopefully Cabbage Frog won't eat it because it's about to upgrade. Don't bite the big one there, chum. I'm gonna use a max revive on Sorbet because we really kind of need him. This is the first time that a legendary is hardly useful. What? No, this is useful. Poor Sorbet. Sorbet is a good baby. Wait, what? What? So I restore them and I still get to attack? Well, these are all worthless. Except for Double Edge. That's a pretty good move. I won first hit with the bird. So I sacrificed Cabbage Frog. I won first hit! I want to be able to ice beam this sucker. That's in peace, Cabbage Frog. Maybe I'm losing because I keep sacrificing my Pokemon. There we go! Alright! Cabbage Frog, you did well. See you later, soldier. Maybe that's why I need to use so many of these. Oh, Dragonite, okay. Now this one's a whole different thing. This is what, Dragon and Flying? Did we electrocute them last time? Yeah, they're all pawns. These Pokemon deserve medals for their sacrifices. I think that Pikachu's electricity may be the best thing because it's flying and electric, unless it evens out again. Ice is 4 times weakness? Are you kidding me? All right, thank you. All right, deal. Electric would be neutral because Dragon is effective against electric. How frustrating. It's super effective. We both have super effective attacks against one another, but I go first. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mama. Sorry, Dragon Boy. Rest in pieces. My party also got XP points. Now it's about to send out Charizard. Ooh. Charizard, eh? Well, I definitely can't use Sorbet against them, but Charizard might be able to beat Sheldon with 1 hit. That was the ice job? Yeah, I thought so, I thought so, Lex. Ice job, everybody. Everybody really ice job, whole team. Maybe I can get lucky with an early scald. Maybe I can scald it to death in one shot. It's not only hot, but it's also water. Hot water! Thunder Punch, really? You don't even have fists. Can that thing really punch you? Look at it, look at its hands. It's short like a dinosaur. Look at its short little tiny stubby little arms. Talk about reach. This sucker couldn't hit you with a punch if it had to. You know, it'd be really nice if I had a shake attack. You know, it'd be even better if I had my electric attack. Oh wait, no, because I've got Splishy Splash, which might not be faster. It is, even whenever he's used his keystone. And it's still not enough. Pikachu landed a critical hit, wishing to be praised. Pikachu, bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Pikachu. Sorry about that.
Actually, Pikachu's probably the best one for this battle, I think. Fire's good against ice. Sheldon's weak against a Thunder Punch. Cabbage Frog would get burnt. Pikachu is decent. Sam, I mean, fighting fire with fire would work, I guess. But he's probably got better attacks than I do. And Muck is just, well, Muck is Muck, you know? So is Pikachu the best? I mean, I don't know how much Dragon Pulse is gonna hurt Pikachu next time, but Pikachu had like no health though. I'd say that's still my best shot. I think Pikachu's the best one. The power of Noom. Even though Pikachu's still not very good against the stinking dragon. I'm just over here roasting your opponent. Sky, roast him all you want. Roast him all you want. He stinks. He stinks. Hey, it's Jet Shepherd. What's up? It's your American friend. Oi, oi, oi. Jet, it's been a few days. How are you doing? How have things been, friendo? Oh, yo, Jet. Hello. Mama. Hope you're having a fantastic day, friendo. Good morning. Or wait. No, it's not a good morning, right? Isn't it getting into the afternoon? The afternoon? When's lunchtime? I'm starving. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just packed the house and I'm getting my life sorted. No, do not be sorry. That was not a sorry thing. I was just saying, hey, it's our friend Jet. We haven't seen you in a few days. That's all that I meant. I just meant it was nice to see you. Ah. He looks like he never got over his emo phase. Ooh. Looks like he turned that phase into a lifestyle. Oh, you gotta go to dinner? See you soon? All right, Doggo. We'll see you later. Doggin' the Doggo. We'll see you whenever you get back. Super effective. What a surprise. What a surprise. Damage by recoil? That might be the advantage that we need. The Charizard doing TL. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's Splishy Splash until it dies, hopefully. Hopefully we can get 2 attacks on it. Because I don't think that one's going to kill it. Nope, not even close. Come on, give me one more. Just let me get the money. Just let me get the money. Just let me get the money. What? His dragon killed itself. Oh no. It was hit with the recoil. Oh no. That's an unsatisfying victory. Oh no. You know what's next, right? There's no final champ. You don't get a half champion job. Stinky cannot be here. That doesn't make any sense. We beat him. We beat Stinky. He's not our rival. That's not a position in the Elite Four. There is not a second best champion. There's only one champion, and then there's the Elite Four. He doesn't have a position. He has no right to be here. No right whatsoever. He should not be here. I don't have a single revive. We're dead. We're dead because he's cheating, and he shouldn't be here. Stinky indeed. Listen, I'm trying to save money, and I couldn't care less about fighting you. Listen, I'm not gonna let your Pokemon earn the experience of killing a bunch of mine. So I only brought one of them. And it still might be able to kill one of your birds. No, wait, oh, I can't zap it. I can't zap it. I don't even have my abilities. Oh. Yeah, no, we can't do anything. Is his name seriously Stinky? Yo, that's canon. Yeah, the blazing bird. Splish splash that fire bird. Okay, whatever. We're getting out of here. We're out of here. See you later. I took my money. I'm taking my money and I'm running because we're trying to go out and catch some of those sweet, sweet slimy boys. We need to go catch some sweet, sweet slimes. The only question is whether we want to go find them out in the field or whether we want to go and find them in the cave. Kenny's about to lose money. I don't think so, because we had, what, $69? We had $69 whenever we went in there. Let's see how much we have now. I don't think that you lose money from that. Hey, Coco, he's so sweet. Is the mustache still up? What? It is holding together remarkably well. I wonder if I'm training the mustache or if I'm just getting better at curling it. But hey, Coco Eve, thanks for jumping in here. Oi, 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 how are you doing today? Either in Pokemansion, Cinnabar, or Cerulean Cave. I'm thinking most about music. I'm thinking about the music and which one will be the most annoying. But Coco, how are you doing? And I didn't lose money. I earned money. I earned $40,000 from that battle. $40,000, excluding all the money that I'll have to spend on potions later. But I don't care because we gotta go buy some Pokeballs. What slimes am I looking for? We are looking for Ditto. We're gonna go try to catch ourselves a shiny Ditto. A cutie shiny Ditto. And we don't have that long to do it, so we better get schmovin'. We gotta go to the department store, purchase some stuff. Go over here. You're excited and happy your outfits came in the mail and you're ready to stunt tomorrow night? Oh, nice. Oh, actually, you know, funny enough, you mentioned that. You mentioned that, Coco, but I actually just tried out my outfit. I'm not doing a fashion show or anything, but I have made a cosplay outfit or whatever you want to call it for Skyrim that we're going to be playing soon. So I actually tried out my outfit on today as well. And I tried out makeup and stuff. And I think that we're ready to do the playthrough as soon as we can. And also my maid outfit should be here at the door, I think. I think that my maid outfit is here. I'm not sure. Oh, I'll have to check the door in a minute. Oh wait, no, please come again. No, I want to buy stuff right now. What can we purchase? We got Ultra Balls. We can buy 200 of them. Whoa. Let's just get 100, shall we? But yes, I've got the maid outfit for the cooking stream. Maybe 130. Buy a bunch of these Ultra Balls. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around it. But we need some, not repels, we need lures. Max lures are probably the most useful, right? Let's get like 25 of them. Okay. Now we're ready to go find some of those sweet little gloopy boys. But you said that they were, you said either Pokemansion, Cinnabar Island, or Cerulean Cave. Cerulean Cave, I saw like 2. So I feel like that might be the highest spawn rate. Are they all the same spawn rate for Dittos? If I'm using a lure, I bet you they'd all be pretty decent. Oh, it's on Cinnabar. Well, they're on a route too, right? I thought that they weren't just in the mansion. I thought that they were on a route as well. Let me see. Let me see if it will actually tell me that in my Pokédex. Because we've already caught a Ditto. We already have one. One of me favorite Pokemons down here. This derpy boy. This goofball. I could have swore that he was on a... Oh, nope. Nope. He's not. I must have caught him in the Pokemon Mansion and not noticed it. Huh. All right. I think we're going to go to the Cerulean Cave then. because I'm more interested in the shiny stuff in there rather than, well, let's go to Cinnabar, look in the mansion for like 2 seconds, but I'm pretty sure that they have boring Pokemon in there. And whenever you go shiny hunting, you increase the likelihood of finding a rare Pokemon, but it can be any Pokemon. It isn't just the one that you're catching or looking for. So the ones that are in this mansion, I think are pretty lame. Pretty lame. I don't think that I want any of these. Feeling quite sleepy, so you're gonna head out? Good luck hunting shiny. Hooray! Oh, you said good luck catching. Get some sleep. It's super late. It's super late. You need no excuse. Night, Arisa. Thanks for hanging out. Arisa, go to bed. Get some sleep, Noggy friend. Noggy friendo, to the chat.
Not my friend.
Rat. Do we really want to eradicate? Is this the shiny that what if we found a shiny rat? How pleased would we be? What if we found a shiny one of these guys? What even is that? It's standing on its back 2 legs. It's got its poochy lips. I don't want these. Or a literal rat. No. I would rather have like a shiny Clefairy or a shiny Chansey or even a shiny Geodude would be better. It's pink. I love it. None of these will do. The Magmar. Magmars are ugly. Magmar is yucky. Yucky. Pink fire. Now that is cool. The fact that it turns pink is very cool, but it's still ugly. I'll have no ugly Pokemon in my inventory. We saw one person leave the Pokemon mansion the moment a shiny Magmar appeared. Oh, that's horrible. That hurts me to read. Why would you make me read those cursed words? Yikes. That's exactly what happened to me in Mount Moon. There was a shiny Geodude, and I walked away. Just walked away. I never even saw it. It was too late. Chat told me about it, and I believed them, but I looked at the clip. I had to look at it because I hadn't seen it. Boy, dark times. Dark times. You were ready to quit whenever you got a shiny G-Max Venusaur raid and it broke out? Oh no! Oh no! Oh goodness. The curse of being unobservant. Yeah, Kitty Cat, it was before I was really aware of how shinies worked. It was before I was aware of or paying attention to shinies. I wasn't paying attention to them. Hadn't really even thought about them. I thought that they were so rare, or that you had to get your like catch counter up way too high, that I'd be nowhere near it. I didn't really think that they could just spawn randomly. It was a shame, but you live and you learn. And you die and you learn even more. So I want a big floor, right? Or smaller, so that there's less area for it to spawn? Because I want to walk less. I want to walk less, but I want there to be a lot of things spawned. So that's a struggle, eh? This floor has got like, wow, a ditto right off the bat. I almost feel like I should just go for this right now. Besides, it's the catch counter will continue anyway. Oh boy, these guys. Do I want to use these to get the shiny counter up though? Because they might be a pain in the neck to catch. What with their moving around and everything. We'll see. Harder to see though? Fog? Harder to see here? Maybe. Maybe it is. So we can try to catch them like 4 times, about 4 throws, and then I'll give up. Cause I don't want it to get away. If it gets away, then it ruins your catch counter. And I believe that we need to get ours up to 31. And our team is good, except for we could switch out Sheldon. Let's switch out Sheldon for Vaporeon. Because I care more about style than function in general. It's certainly here. In this game, boy, I want that purple Vaporeon. And it's gonna be out of the Pokeball too. Zoom, there we go. All right. Ditto reminds you of Kirby? Pretty similar. Pretty similar. We are showing off our purple Vaporeon. Thank you very much. It should attract other shinies. Shinies of a feather flock together. My lure is not on right now, but I'm thinking that the Dittos might be common enough that it's not a big deal, right? I'm also watching all the different Pokemon that appear right now, because before we get up to the shiny level, before we start searching for them, I'm gonna look up the shiny version of all of these so that I don't miss it. Golbat. Big, beautiful Golbat with your wide mouth, your frightening face. Okay, Dittos might be rare enough that we might need to just pop on to lure already. You're back, you've got chocolate milk? Ooh. I hear chocolate milk is most delicious. You can earn more money by rematching Mina and the what? You can rematch the gym leaders? Really? Wow, that sounds way more fun than that stupid Elite Four all in a row sort of thing. You have a Kirby hat? That makes me think that I would love to get a Bongo Cat hat. A Bongo Cat hat? Does such a thing exist? With its little bongo hands down on your face like it's playing your eyeballs. Okay, I'm gonna just put on the lure right now. The Golbats look like they're trying to fly into you and eat you. Their mouths are big enough. They could just swallow a human being whole. Nom, 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 nom. What is up there? What is that, a Lickitung? Yeah. But all of these shinies are pretty obvious, I think. The Geodudes are gold. They literally shine. I wouldn't be surprised if a Graveler looks kind of similar. Lickitung probably is pretty different. But I'll look them up whenever I get closer. I think somebody said that the Ditto... Oh, they're yellow. Okay. Man, there's a lot of Lickitungs. Should I just go for them? Go for them, raise up the shiny chance? To just try to get lucky? Shiny Dittos are blue, yeah. How hard is it to catch these guys? Seems pretty easy. Can I just do it with it? Can I just catch a bunch of Lickitungs instead? Because these Dittos are not showing up. Man, how hard would it be to find a shiny Ditto whenever we can't even catch them, though? It's scary. I'm scared. I'm scared. But, I mean, Lickitungs seem easier, right? They jump around less, that's for sure, or they jump straight up. Use golden berries if you find one? Oh, you mean if you find a shiny? Oh, yeah. I'm going to use a golden raspberry immediately. And then my Master Ball, of course. Then I'll use my Master Ball. And they'll never escape. I want that shiny. I want that shiny real bad. Oh man, that's quite the level up. Woo! Oh, that's the other reason that we should do. Oh, this is the other reason that we should be here. Of course we should be in Cerulean Cave because these are high-level Pokemon, so we get more experience. Duh. That mansion cannot compare. These are all pretty darn high-level Pokemon and are going to give us way more XP. Never even thought of that until now. Until I saw that big level up. What? Oh, come on. That totally hit his tongue before. Whatever. I've got, what, 150 of these? Oh, jeez. Are we really going to be able to catch 31 with 150 Pokeballs? Maybe. Lickitung spawn rate is 10%, while Ditto's only 5. Makes sense. I can see it. The numbers don't lie. In my personal experience, Lickitung is Pog. Goodness. 2 in a row? Wow! Shinies are right around the corner. The only thing that's scary about this big area is that they might spawn outside of my vision, which is frightening. You feel bad whenever you throw a ball at Kangaskhan, and then you hit the Pokemon. You hit the what? The baby Pokemon? You mean the pouch? Oh, there's Rhydons. Nice. I love how there's 2 Rhydons here and not a single Ditto. Lickitung, hello. I'm just staying still. Just catch it with the Master Ball, then transfer it to a worse ball, then get the Master Ball back. Kitty Cat, I don't think you can do that. But that's a good idea. We should talk to the professor about that. Kitty Cat, I think that you should go into Pokemon Ball development. I feel like you should be on the development team. Cause I want to see that product, please. Lo, why? 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 Why must you say that? Must catch Lickitung. Don't feel bad. Pokemon can't feel pain. That's canon. Ooh, that was almost perfect. Oh, Ivy, you've got homemade tacos. Ooh. Oh man, I wish that I had some. Corn tortillas or something. Yum. Yum 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 yum. I do have some more taco meat. No. I knew that I was going too far. Ah, I went too far. Flew too close to the sun. I'm sorry. Dang it. Oof. I knew that it was too late. Should have given it up, but I got selfish. Got selfish and went for an extra one. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Big Tongue. I believe if you save the game, then it cancels the shiny hunt, if I'm not mistaken. If you save it, then it's over. Because I tried that last night or something. I tried that recently. If you save the game and you reload it, then your catch count restarts. But I can certainly keep the game running or keep the hunt going after stream. Cause it's gonna be difficult to I haven't even seen a Ditto spawn, so I'm a little concerned about this one. Hey, Beowulf, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. Beowulf, we have tacos. Would you like one? Ivy made everybody tacos, so Beowulf, if you're hungry, we've got you set up. We've got tacos from Ivy, and if you want some crappier tacos, I'm sure that Celestial has a couple. I guess the other thing is that it would be easier to catch the Pokemon that are in the mansion. Good luck with the shiny hunt. Hey, we'll see you later, Anne. I can't wait to see the art that you were making. It was nice to hang out with you, friendo. Thanks for all the Pet the Pikachus and drinkies. We'll see you later, Anne. Have a nice night.
Have a good night, good sleep, and good luck with whatever you're doing tomorrow.
See you in a bit? In a bit. I did post the art that I made. You can see it later. Awesome sauce. I'm gonna look at it. Oh boy. And thanks for making something fun for me to look at after stream. Hooray. Just never in stream till we have a shiny. Night night. See you later, Anne. Oi, 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 oi. 7 days to die soon. Guaranteed. Just don't end the stream ever. Sounds like a deal, Ivy. Stream till we die. Tomorrow, we will be maybe starting the stream early. I kind of want to, but I also don't want people to miss out, so we might just go late. Friday's a weird day, you guys. By the way, did Kenny do the juggle redeem from earlier? Maybe. Maybe. You should try to complete your decks for the shiny charm. Oh, we're not even close to that, Kareem. We're not even close for that. I would have to do Pokemon trades, which are literally impossible for me to do because my Nintendo account has apparently been suspended. And then I also need, oh, if that exists, I'm saying that it doesn't even exist. But even if it did, I do want to complete my decks first, honestly. But I can't. Can't do it because I can't trade. And also, we haven't played Eevee yet, so. Oh, you're saying no because of the juggling. Oh. Gonna be have to after he calls Nintendo support team. Yep. And who knows how long that's gonna take, because I hate calling people. Nintendo, what's your freaking problem? I know, there's no sus, Ivy. I bought a game recently that I totally paid for. The charge went through. I've bought games, I've played games. I haven't even played any online games in forever. So it's certainly not, it's not a gaming account thing. There's literally no reason. You should be more verbose. No, you're good. You're good. I'm an assumer. I'm a dirty assumer. Symphony. Beowulf. I didn't see anybody else spamming them. Oh, I helped you out. Okay, all right. I see some more spam in the chat. All right, gotta take a ship. Gotta take a ship. I'll take Old Granny Elite Four and Pokemon Oak for my ship. Thank you. Ooh, Mediocre Pigeon's here. Mediocre Pigeon. You're not mediocre to me. You're my favorite pigeon. Oi, 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 oi. Licky Tongue. Licky Tongue slurps into the Pokedex. All right, Buster. Oh, come on with your double lick. Got 112 Pokeballs left. Okatha shipping is serious business. It is? Serious business that should be taken seriously and not joked about, lad. There are some people in the chat that would be very offended about you making light of the most important ship in the game. That ship has sailed, and it's sunk. Hit an iceberg. Wow, we got 4 in a row, you guys. There's a shiny right around the corner, I can tell. Oh my gosh, Snorlax is in here. Ooh. Snorlax shiny, now that would be beautiful. Actually, I don't know if it would be beautiful, but I assume it would be. Thank you, Licky Tongue, for just staying completely still. You're a blessing to humanity. Snorlax is a rare spawn, you thought? Well, that's the first one that I've seen in here. What is that? Just saying, Oak's got a grandson somehow, and there ain't no stork Pokemon. Wait, what? Stork Pokemon. There's Pelipper. Close enough. Pelipper. That's what babies are carried in. Pelipper's beak. All right, here we go. Howdy! Oh, hooray! Mediocre Pigeon with the 8th Recluse. 8th emotes. 8th emotes. Pokemon friendo. Pokemon. Chansey. Chansey would be a fine shiny to get. Chansey's very cute. Very cute with her egg frying an egg. The shiny deal still works, you guys. If we find a shiny Chansey, I'll finally eat that egg. It got delivered by Zubat. Oh no! You were delivered in a Zubat's mouth. Horrible. Please don't say that, Sky. Golbat's mouth isn't that big. And his sharp teeth. I don't think Pelipper has any teeth. Pelipper is smooth bird. I love riding on a Pelipper's back in what's it called? in the Minecraft thing. Pixelmon. Pixelmon, you can ride a Pelipper, and it's like the cheapest. It's the easiest flying mount that you can get, but it's also slow as crap. It takes forever to get anywhere. Whenever we play, we're going to get the best bird. There we go. Great. Great. Come on. Ah, first try, come on. I haven't gotten a single first toss. Your double licks are not appreciated. Oh. Aw, man. 2 tries. There we go. Big excellent. No way that you'll deny me this one, right? All right. That's what I'm talking about. Suspended who? Not me. Pikachu's almost level 70. I feel like we'll be able to focus on, maybe we'd be able to get some more experience if I fought some of the, like, professional trainers. I know that some of them are low level, but I think that the lower level ones are like crappy Pokemon. That they don't want you to have to train a lot. So, like, all the good Pokemon that I've trained up, they're probably not high enough level yet. They're probably like 70, 80, something like that. Oh, there we go, first one. Nice. All right. You gonna friend everybody in chat? You can be my friend, just not on any social media. There's 6. You done with your commissions? It just took like 7 hours. Oh, what? Just? That is improper English. What do you mean? Just took 7 hours? I'm impressed. I'm impressed that you stuck through and you did 7 hours of art. Hooray! More commissions for Lupus. Maximum commissions for Lupus. Please commission our friend. The last commission that you did was amazing. Wasn't it the Kraken? The Kraken was, and then before that was the Dragon. Wow. The Dragon was so cool. Lupus was quite stellar with the, what is it, animals? Would that be considered animals? Organics, I guess? I don't know. Animals. Useless. No, stop licking at the wrong time. Okay, here we go. Come on now, come on. This is way tougher than hunting those Eevees before. Man, I didn't know how good I had it. I didn't know how good I had it before. But at least we are leveling these up mega fast. Vaporeon's level 50. I think that 55 is where Sheldon is. Or something like that, maybe 58. So just a little bit more leveling and our Vaporeon will be extremely powerful. Ah, I went for it. I got slapped. Every time that I go for the Lickitung, every time, it just wastes a Pokeball. Aha! Nice. Only one wasted? That was a good catch. Aha. Do. Lickitung? Also, we haven't seen a single Ditto in like 10 minutes. I'm getting a little bit concerned about finding our little squishy friend. We can go between levels, but it should be all the same spawns. Should be the same spawn rate all throughout this cave. How did we find those? We found those 2 Dittos on the same level one time. And yet now I haven't seen a single Ditto while we've been up here so far. Ooh, there we go. I went for it. It succeeded. Hooray. All right. Nice. Oh yeah, like Sky, me personally, I certainly don't use I don't use Twitch for friend lists. It was in the Pokemon Mansion and the spawn rate is higher on level 4. It was in it and it was on level 4? What is? You're saying Ditto is, right? Also, now that I think about it, you can just get your catch rate up anywhere, right? And then you could just travel around and try to find shinies? I mean, we could do that, but why bother? This is like the highest level natural area that you can be in. So every catch is way more valuable here. If I was gonna catch Pokemon in any location, this is probably the best. Because these are the highest level. Now, should we have picked Lickitung? Maybe not. But it seems pretty common. But I do want to level them because otherwise we're just not going to get levels. We're just going to be catching low-level Pokemon and doing nothing about it. And then we fight the Elite Four again, and they wreck me. What's the Pokemon that's following me? Oh, Vaporeon. Yeah, the purple Vaporeon. Sky, that is normally a blue Pokemon, but we caught what we're looking for right now, which is a shiny. We caught a shiny of Eevee the other night, and then we evolved the Eevee into Vaporeon. And it's purple instead of blue. It's beautiful. Jess, hey, thank you so much for the subscription. 13 months past Rainbow. Oh, snap. Jess, thank you so much for the support. Hooray. Jess. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Oi, oi, oi. Are you on your break yet? Is it almost break time? Thank you so much for the 13 months of support. Can't we get some hype in the chat, you guys? I know that it's getting late. I know people are getting sleepy. I know that we're shiny hunting, but just hit 13 months, for goodness sake. 13's my lucky number. 13 lucky number. I hope that you're doing good. Just buys. Jessus, #1 flirter. Has the break been enabled? Are you free? Are you still chained and barred? Chained, barred. Yeah. Oh, he went for it, and he got the excellent. You just got home? You picked up your sister from the airport. So the vacation starts now. Hey, vacation time.
Awesome sauce. Time to kick back and enjoy yourself.
I hope that you have a wonderful vacation, Jess. Hope that you get that rest that you deserve. The rest that you need. That sweet stuff that we all need sometimes. Not me, but most people. Okay, what? One more toss? Oh. It was 3. I only did 3. I only threw it 3 times. I was hitting B. Oh, I don't think that I have the patience to shiny hunt right now. We might just call it a night. I don't think I have the patience for this. And tomorrow, I think we're going to start early. So I think that we're going to call it a night. I've got a headache, and I do not have the patience for this. Dang it. Well, we did level them though. It was definitely very useful for leveling these guys. I mean, Pikachu moved a whole level, and that's my highest Pokemon. That's the highest level Pokemon, so I think that we did good. Sometimes a break from Pokemon is needed. It's true. It is a little bit grindy. But yes, I think that we're gonna get some sleep. I think that we're gonna call it a night. Tomorrow we're probably going to be having an epically long stream because we're gonna be trying out a new game, a brand new game that I've been looking forward to for a long time. Take breaks when needed. I need one. Today, I got some stuff done. We had a good time. I hope that y'all enjoyed playing some Pokemon with me. Hope that y'all enjoyed. Let me turn on some happy Pokemon music and pause this. Let me switch over to this, and I will. Also, my eyes still look weird because of the makeup. Oh dear. Okay, just making sure that music's good, and we'll find somebody to raid. Let's see who is online right now. Also, is this the shadow? Because I put makeup on my chest as well. But Mushroom Gal, thank you for the heart. So sweet. Thanks for being here, Clay. I hope that you enjoyed yourself. Get some food and relax. Oh, I will. Oh, I will get food and relax. Who's awake right now? Landfork is playing a game that I cannot raid him while he's playing. I will not raid him while he's playing Resident Evil Village. No. I cannot do this. I will not do that. I'm sorry, Landfork. I want to give you some love. Makeup on your chest? Okay, sure. No, seriously. I mean, it's oh, you'll see. You'll know what I'm talking about a little bit later. But let's see. Who's online? Nicole's online. Maybe we should give some love to Nicole. Nicole is awake. I think that we should go say hi to them. They're doing there's a very small bit of makeup or hair in shadow. I think it might be shadow. I think it's shadow. Yeah, let's go say hi to Nicole because I don't think that we've rated them in a while. I don't think that we've said hi, and they are visiting dream addresses, looking at adorable villages or islands or whatever you call them. But yeah, let's go raid her, give her some love. I need to get myself some rest. Tomorrow we're gonna hit it up with a brand new game. It's gonna be awesome sauce, you guys. I'm excited. And then the next day we're doing our Lego stream. Hooray! Lego stream. Admittedly, I might do a little bit of shiny hunting after the stream, but my brain hurts too much. These lights are burning my eyeballs. Okay, let's put some love in the chat for all of our mods that are watching over. Thank you so much for watching the chat, Alchemic. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Di, for being here and helping me up with tight matchups and also with moderating stuff. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Arisa was here earlier, but had to go to bed. Thank you very much to her. And Jedi was here, and I think that she popped out to get some coffee. No? That's just always a good guess, a good guess. But well, she was here earlier. So thank you so much, all of you mods, for watching over the chat and for being the best beans. Let me put some of my raid messages here. If you want to come with us along to my friendo's stream, I would love to have you there. I'd love to see you there. Here's a couple of messages. So there's one there, and then there's one here, depending on whether or not you are a subscriber. I don't know why it's lagging, but hopefully the non-sub one will pop up. I don't know. My computer's angry at me. I don't know why. I didn't do anything to you, computer. How dare you? Oh, you are here, Jedi. Thanks so much for helping. Hey. Thank you for watching over the chat, for being a sweet bean. Much love. Okay, there's some spam. Hey, Linz, thank you for the hearts in the chat. I love the salty emotes so much. Oi. You guys, let's give some love to our friendo Nicole. Thank you so much for being here. Oi. Let me say goodbye to my VIPs if it will load. Thank you so much to my VIPs. Lemonberry, we've got a lot of them tonight. Holy moly. Lemonberry, Calico, Celestial, Daydreamer Dan, LSR Dragon, Jess, Jet, just another person like you, Kimmy, Kuri, Lupus, OT, and the Crane couple. Holy moly, so many OG friendos. Thank you so much for hanging out, you guys. I so appreciate seeing you guys. Hope y'all got some good vibes. Hope that y'all have a wonderful evening and a wonderful day tomorrow. I'll see you all later. And until then, Daryl's out. Much love. Bye-bye. See you later, Jenny. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye, Kareem. See ya. Bye, Jess. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Let's go. All right. And I will see you guys later. Thank you so much for watching the VODs. Who watches these? You are the real OG, the real OP OGs. Thanks. Good night.